All right, good game, UXOOU. And we are live. NashvilleLou live, back on the air. My first time live streaming on Twitch in a couple of months. I had to really bear down when it came to the DKDB, which is my expert-curated 2026 NFL mock draft database. Go through some of these top mocks in here. The deadline to get in for the Huddle Reports competition, midnight Central. I was in well before that, had my show on YouTube last night. Speaking of which, let's see if I can get this started over on YouTube. Let's see if this... A little dodgy trying to get it started. Okay, it's not going to work. I'll have to upload this later as a VOD for people on YouTube. We're live on Twitch and live on Kick. Glad to have you here as part of it. We've got 13 players in for this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. So everybody that gets in for this first one will get a... Let me pull up what I'm talking about before I tell you. A Twitchy Bugs Series 1 pack. Make sure I said that correctly. Promise the proper thing. So that's for everybody in this game. So if you're not in yet, last chance, !play in chat on Twitch, get you in. I've got a simulcast on Kick, but it's emote only as far as Kick goes. Try and focus my chat as much as possible. Although the more platforms you have, the more that can be a bit of a challenge. Let's be for a Warsaken booster pack here, this first game. NFL draft starts at top of the hour. I'm going to go over my mock draft and some of the other top people in the Huddle Report over the past 5 years. Show you where I differ for some of them and where some of us are thinking alike on quite a bit of it. One of the more wide open drafts the way it feels going into it. I should take, while I'm thinking about it, I'm in the midst of retiring the mock draft NFL brand. That site got zapped by Google back in August of last year. Did one of those updates, a spam update, and when you hear people talk about like legitimate publishers getting caught up in a spam update that's unfortunate, well, I lived it. So that's just how it goes sometimes. But I made the best of it, moved it back, my mock draft over to the DKDB, so that's going to allow me to focus more on that instead of saying, well, this is here and that's there, etc. So I'm going to change the... I forgot how it's like time stands still when I want to update something and I'm live streaming. I'm trying to scroll through the sources in OBS Studio. I'm like, come on. Here we go again. Lou versus technology. A years long feud. Okay, so within the Tides Tuesday, I've got to go within this. Top right corner, that's the one. So I'm going to properties. Take out the... Make sure I take out the right one. I should do it. Okay, so let's take the... Now I went to that trouble. We'll take the overlay down. If I win, the prize goes to second place. Everybody who gets in here, if you've got a linked wax address, everybody gets the prize, a Twitchy Bugs Series 1 pack. And for the winner, the prize, a Warsaken booster pack. Looked on the secondary market. Those are not easy to come by. This is a set 1 booster pack. Let me put this in my notes here. Second booster, set 1. This is a Genesis of Conflict. There's so much going on with Warsaken. This game has been several years in development, and we're getting closer and closer, it feels like, to finally having this big update that's going to let me stream the game the way I've wanted to for the past 3 years, and I can't wait. Better to wait and get it right than to rush it out there and make a bad first impression, the way I see it. All right, so let's get to it, shall we? 13 players are in. And this first game of Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live begins now. Good luck. Right away, Green Felicia sneaking in there. Next to the Plant Life. Jamie Penguins is out. Canvas out. Down to 11. You're looking for a top 10 finish in Twitchy Tides. Get those points for that monthly competition. Big Worm the hook. Onyx is out. Yoshinobu gets hooked, but Yoshinobu at least got a top 10 finish out of it, as have the remaining players. Only a 5-minute cooldown from Diggs from the Scurvybot Dig Pool. Cannonball coming through, takes me out. SDME's out. Poppenstalk is out. More than half the field is out now. We're down to 6. Big Worm with the hook, hiding by that post in the Twitchy Tide sign. Bonnie T and Tree Frog Naughty get taken out. Down to the final 4. Depth Charge, Veerman is out. We're down to 3. Jeff with a spin move. Cannonball takes out Flantality. That spin lasted just long enough to keep Jeff in it. mebeswede and Jeff 0079, the last 2. There's Big Worm. Oh, look at that well-timed spin move by Jeff 0079. My goodness, what timing. About a half a second away from getting hooked. And then Big Worm gave up. Battle continues with a Warsaken booster pack on the line for the winner. And here comes Debo the Shark, spin move. From my logo in that bottom left side there by Jeff. Sweden Jeff for the final 2. Debo the Shark up top. Can Swede get a bounce quickly enough to get away from those sharp teeth? Indeed. Swede avoids the Shark, as does Jeff 0079. The battle continues. Final 2. You never know what to expect in a given game of Twitchy Tides. Here comes Debo the Shark. Swede got lucky there with a bounce. That timing. Spin move by Jeff. Saga continues. Big Worm with a hook over on that left side. Swede should be okay with a reeling to the right. Spin move by Jeff. With that angle. Wow. Once again. About a second away from getting hooked. Cannonball misses both players. Swede narrowly avoided getting taken out. I've missed this. It's live streaming. Making a lot of videos over on the Mock Draft NFL YouTube channel. Here comes Green Felicia. Swede gets zapped, and that's the game. My goodness. Jeff, you earned that one, buddy. Congratulations. So it's Jeff 0079 with some dramatics. So for the first Twitchy Tides game I've had here in a couple of months, we got a really good one right out of the gate. So congratulations, Jeff. You get the win. You'll be getting that Warsaken Set 1 booster pack. And for everybody in there, as long as you've got a Wax wallet linked, I believe all y'all do, you'll be getting as your prize. Well, I had it pulled up before. Make sure I say the right thing. I normally have this stuff written down, but it's been a little bit hectic today. The NFL draft stuff, we'll be getting to it in a minute. I wasn't trying to pull up my own artwork. I know what I have. I want to say the name of the pack correctly. I'm out of practice. Twitchy Bugs Series 1 pack. It would be a good idea if I wrote that on here. I wrote it. Twitchy Skies. This is why I'm typing it. Twitchy Bug Series 1. Used all my brain power in my mock draft. All right, so congratulations, Jeff. You get the victory. Prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast. Will come from my fulfillment wallets on wax. Got some Leaf digital sports cards we give it away later on in the broadcast as well. Drake London, Tyler Shuck, Kyle Hamilton, Mike Buka, Kate Otten. I got 5 of those we'll be giving away in the course of this broadcast. We're back open for the next game of Twitchy Tides. All you have to do to get in is type !play in chat. Like Gloria Glow. Remember the command for that. I mean, something with glow in it, but I don't think it was just glow. I don't remember what you do to bring the commands up, or you can still do that with chat with Twitchy Tides. Anyway. Put the overlay back up there. So we'll have our next Twitchy Tides game coming up here in just a little bit. We'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. We'll be giving away more Twitchy Bugs Series 1 packs. See, I typed it out there and I was able to read it quickly. Is it Bugs? Is it Skies? Is it Tides? What is it? It's Twitchy Bugs Series 1. With the Twitchy Skies birds. Alright. So we'll have that coming up here in just a bit. Now, here we go. This is my When Worlds Collide. I've got the live streaming side. I know I've got a large international audience. Not everybody's into the NFL, to be sure. I know for people that look from the outside, what would possibly make this compelling? It's names being read from a list. But it's so much more than that once you understand what's going on as far as the level of thought and planning and effort that goes in attempts at secrecy. I've got all these mock drafts in here in the DKDB. My expert-curated 2026 NFL mock draft database. Let's talk about the Huddle Report. I'm not exactly sure how this will look with the on-screen. We'll find out coming up when the draft actually starts less than an hour from now. So, okay, 2025 5-year score. So this encompasses from the 21 to the 25 NFL drafts. So I'm tied with Jared Smola. We both have a 43.4 average. Now, unfortunately for me, this nice 49 drops off the board. But some of these guys, 50s, 59 there for Josh Norris, the all-time great runs. Jason Boris 2 years ago. The chase to get to 60. I don't think anybody's hit 60, or if they have, it's been quite some time. And the way it works, you get judged. I mean, you can have whatever projections you want, but the last one you lock in is the one they judge you by. And it gets interesting. Some people put their stuff out there frequently, kind of like I do. You can see where I've got the mock draft NFL. That was way too generic of a name. We're trying to create a brand name. It didn't work for the website, the URL. Luckily with the DKDB, I'll have it there. That's my in-house mock, and then list to the best of the best. Let's go through Jason Boris. I was hoping to have a best intentions, best plans. Sometimes, unfortunately, neck pain can set in. Insomnia can make it tough to get to sleep when you've been running for hours, getting everything set up with mock drafts and going through and trying to find everything. So it caused some issues. That'll happen. Much better now, though. The main thing for the main show here. So it's !play, P-L-A-Y, in chat to get into that next Twitchy Tides game. Let's see what Jason has here. Actually, before we do that, I'll go through mine first real fast. DKDB World exclusive. So Mendoza at 1, everybody's going to have that. That's a foregone conclusion. That's been all but a lock since the Raiders clinched the #1 overall pick in this draft. At 2, got David Bailey to the Jets. It's been back and forth. Will it be Bailey? Will it be Arvell Reese from Ohio State? But Bailey, that's what the late words seem to be. That's what I went with. At 3, Arizona Cardinals. Now the Cardinals want to trade back. I can see the Cards trading back and going for maybe Francis Maui Noah. But it gets tough when you start trying to project trades. And I've got some in here I'll note that, okay, this is the idea of maybe trading back. If they stick with this spot, though, I think there's been enough late buzz about Love to the Cardinals. So, okay, I'm going with it. That's very high for a running back to go in the modern NFL. I've been doing this long enough that I can tell you about 21 years ago, 2005, 3 of the top 5 picks in that draft were running backs. That would just never happen today for a number of reasons. The game has changed. There were rule changes made for safety reasons that were very important. They needed to happen. But it also had the impact of making the passing game far more important. Passing offense, passing attacks, edge rushers, corners. So it's somewhat less important as far as defensive tackles, linebackers, as far as being priority positions. There's also the issue of rookie salary caps, and that's where you can really get on a run as a team in the NFL. If you can get some elite talent on a rookie contract, it can be really good. However, if you're getting these really high picks, it's a lot of guaranteed money for a non-primary or premium-focused spot running back. But here's the thing with Love. He's a great receiver out of the backfield. He's going to give you options that some have compared to Jahmyr Gibbs with Detroit. But Love is larger than Gibbs, certainly. And so, whereas Detroit has to get really creative because you don't want to ask Gibbs to pass block for you. But with Love, he's a solid running back. Carolina needs a quarterback. Ty Simpson been the talk. As far as the Cardinals trading back into the first round. I'll get to that in a minute. So Arvell Reese, I got to the Titans at 4. That's been the talk all along, particularly late. Either David Bailey or Arvell Reese, if they get one of those two there. With Sonny Styles being the third. I was like, well, if those two are gone, Mendoza's gone, fine, we'll go with Sonny Styles. Some think Jeremiah Love, though, to the Titans, but Adam Schefter convinced me. Some things he said that he didn't see it happening, and other things later also kind of tipped it in that direction. So Jordan Tyson to the Giants at 5. A lot of late word about the Giants wanting to go with a receiver. Maybe they'll wait till 10. I think you want to get the receiver you want, locking it at 5, and then at 10, you have a few different options with some elite talent. At 6, Cleveland Browns, Spencer Fano. The Browns did a pretty good job of putting word out there about a lot of different offensive tackles. We'll see what they actually do. The Browns had the 6 and the 24 as far as the picks, overall picks in the first round this draft. They're expected to take a receiver. I mean, it's not a lock that it'll be an offensive tackle and a receiver for sure. It's never quite that cut and dried. But that seems the most likely. And while there was a lot of talk about Carnell Tate, wide receiver from Ohio State to the Browns, in the end, it seemed to be a rather strong push toward offensive tackle, whether they trade back or stick here at 6. At 7, Sonny Styles to the Commanders. Washington's in a pretty good position. I've heard that maybe they're not so keen on Caleb Downs, just with safety being a non-primary position. And yet, I've also heard talk that some of these teams aren't going to get as caught up on positional value versus best overall player, best player available, whatever, in the spot. Styles to the Commanders at 7. At 8, I've got Mansour Delane to the Saints. A big upgrade to their secondary. There's also a lot of talk about Carnell Tate to the Saints. So if this really happens, that means Tate's there for the Kansas City Chiefs at 9. Chiefs have a pick later in the first round as well. You figure the Chiefs would like to get an edge rusher in here. Caleb Downs to the Giants at 10. And a safety has not gone in the top 10 of the NFL draft in 10 years. Go back to 2016. So it's been a while. But Downs is a special talent. It's this remarkable ability to read and react. He's also very athletic. At 11, Francis Maui-Noah for the Dolphins, Miami. With Maui-Noah in town playing for the Hurricanes, they're going to be familiar with him. And while there's a decent chance Maui-Noah will be gone before this point, somebody's going to fall to the Dolphins within that top group of talent. And that would be a need there for Miami. Miami's in a rebuild mode. Some of these teams got those really bad contracts with quarterbacks. Cleveland with Deshaun Watson. Not to mention that trade, one of the all-time bad trades in the NFL. And then Tua Tagovailoa, quarterback formerly with Miami. They're still paying him a ton of money. Like Kirk Cousins getting a big payday from the Falcons. He's not there anymore. At 12, Reuben Bain Jr. to the Cowboys. Cowboys have been said to be wanting to trade up, wanting to move up. Maybe they will. And there's hardly a guarantee that Bain would be on the board at 12 for the Cowboys. There's been some late talk they might try and get a safety here. Maybe Dylan Thieneman, but that feels kind of high. Caleb Downs, if he were to fall here, I think the Cowboys would be very interested. But in this case, they get Bain. Still a big need at edge rusher. Mekhi Lemon to the Rams. To the Chiefs' backup play, Mocha Twitcher. Asking that. What's interesting, as far as what the Chiefs might do, I heard some talk a few days ago that offensive tackle was going to be a spot of interest. There's a lot of talk about that. Well, maybe they get Spencer Fano. Then it was like, well, went back through and said, well, it's tough to tell. Edge rusher makes a lot of sense, but it depends on how the Chiefs feel about Reuben Bain Jr. It would feel high to take any other edge rushers besides David Bailey and Arvell Reese, who will almost for sure not be there at 9. So that's my take. I think if Tate is gone, and he may be, that means perhaps whether it's Maui Noah, and just because there's this pecking order, this groupthink as far as these prospects, I mean, these teams will see it that way. And yet there does seem to be this certain elite group of talent. So between edge rusher, offensive tackle, and wide receiver, I think the Chiefs have several options here at 9, depending on who falls to them. At 13, Mekhi Lemon to the Rams. It's tough to get a read on the Rams. They could go offensive line. Could go with Kenyon Sadiq, tight end from Oregon, even though that's not a big need for him. Wide receiver is more of a need. Lemon's really good, very sure-handed. There was word out of the combine. Lemon, some of the interviews he had with teams didn't go very well, apparently. But different interviews with different players and different teams look at different results. That's the reason they have those. Not just one list. Anyway, so the Rams, they very much value secrecy. But it's tough to get a read on them. But you look at the roster, say, okay, receiver is a tangible need for them. And if some of those top offensive linemen are gone, particularly a tackle. If Fano's here or Maui Noah, maybe it's different, but here I'm going Lemon. Venga Ioane, offensive guard, Penn State to the Ravens. Been on that one for a while. You never want to get too attached to any player or team. There was a brief time when I had Maui Noah slipping to 14 where okay, well, Venga down the board. But here I've got the Ravens going with. Now, they could take Kenyon Sadiq here. Sadiq would seem like a possibility for the Ravens. Harbaugh era is over. But they've got a need there in that interior offensive line. And Venga, one of the surer bets, the way that the evaluators see it as far as likelihood to succeed in the NFL. 15, Tampa Bay Bucks, Kenyon Sadiq, tight end, Oregon. Ran a sub 4.4 second 40-yard dash to the combine, which is ridiculous for somebody that weighs more than 240 pounds. I mentioned Cade Otton. We're giving away a Cade Otton Leaf digital card later on in the broadcast. If you want to get into the next Twitchy Tides game, you can do so by typing !play, P-L-A-Y, in chat. I'm just going to get away from here. I keep yakking about my own mock draft. Anyway, so McCoy to the Jets at 16. And there's some that think McCoy will fall out of the first round. Or there's late injury concerns, and people remember what happened last year with Will Johnson. But I think somebody's going to go for McCoy. And the Jets with 0 interceptions last season. It's still hard to wrap my head around that. To play 17 games and have 0 interceptions. And it's never happened before in the NFL, going all the way back to the beginning. Detroit Lions, Caden Proctor. This is said to be the floor for Proctor. A lot of whispers he might go higher. But if he's there for the Lions at 17, if not, Monroe Freeling's a name I've heard mentioned as well for Detroit. At 18, Dylan Thieneman. safety to the Vikings. I think a lot of people will have that. It's an obvious need spot for Minnesota into the Harrison Smith era. Had a great career, but get to age 38 and you're playing in the secondary, it's tough. But Thiedeman's super fast. Really good showing at the Combine. Solid player. Cade McDonald to the Panthers. I didn't have Peter Woods in my final mock here. So that's a Clemson defensive tackle, Peter Woods. And I'm a big fan of Woods. It's nothing to do with my personal opinion. Just reading what seems like the most likely outcome. So we'll see with Woods. But at this point, McDonald, this is my final one. So with this, McDonald's the only defensive tackle I have. I'm going to Carolina at 19. 20 Dallas Cowboys, Chris Johnson. Corner from San Diego State. This is higher than a lot of people that have Johnson would have him. And whispers of a few different players. Avion Terrell didn't make it into my final mock. He's a good corner out of Clemson, but there's only 32 spots. There's a late riser, and somebody that's getting a bump the way it works. Omar Cooper Jr. to the Steelers at 21. This one is a little bit different than most. Chase Besantis to the Chargers at 22. Late word about that. Okay, I'm going with it. Monroe Freeling to the Eagles. I think that's a great team need. Just because Freeling doesn't have to get week one in there right away. Because the Eagles are going to have some big needs on offensive line, but that's going to be more after this upcoming season for 2027. And Freeling can be able to contribute right away, of course, but not have to be in there as a starter, like asked to be a blindside blocker in week one. He's a more developmental, but he's got tremendous upside the way some evaluators see it. Not everybody sees it that way for Freeling, but some do. Boston to the Browns, and they go tackle at 6. You come back at 24, go receiver. McNeil Warren, I mean, it's risky projecting one of those hard-hitting safeties, but McNeil Warren's got that really good ability, that big wide wingspan, 6'3.5", of course his height. Most guys with his size don't have the speed to play safety in the NFL. And Chicago had a lot of problems stopping the run last year. So that's where you think, okay, well, maybe defensive tackle, but if McDonald is gone, Peter Woods can be very effective as a pass rusher, but he's not a run stopper. You think about what Chicago needs, say, okay, we'll go with EMW there. I put my projected trade as far as the mock with, I try not to do projected trades, but with this one I had to make it work. Cardinals are expected to trade up. It's similar to what the Giants did last year, Jackson Dart. And because I don't like to project trades, I didn't do that last year. Okay, well, maybe I need to adjust. But the question is, where are they trading up to? I've seen a lot of people with Arizona trading to 32 with Seattle. Like, they're in the same division. And that's super risky because if Arizona wasted that point, it's not like these things are locked in stone or carved in stone. I guess locked in stone would be tough too. Anyway, Cards, Simpson. The Bills want a linebacker, supposedly. That's where I think it makes sense to get a trade back. Get in before, because you think, well, below this, how many picks are left? Well, San Francisco is also a division rival. I've got Keldrick Fox sliding to the Niners at 27. Caleb Lomu, talented offensive lineman to Houston. Maybe I should have put Max Ihenekor in there. He was offensive tackle at Arizona State. He was one of the last ones that didn't make it in when I was putting everything together. And number 29, Kansas City, Akeem Mesidor. Some think he'll go considerably higher than this. I just think his age is going to work against him, being 25 years old. The double-digit sacks for Miami last year, that's pretty good, no doubt. But with Mesidor, he's somebody you can step in right away. You figure he'd fit best on a team that looks to be legitimately able to have a strong chance of going to the Super Bowl this upcoming season. And of course, this only happens if Kansas City doesn't take an edge up at number 9. It gets tough to project when you've got teams with multiple spots as the complication. It's not going to get easier for next year either, with the Jets with 3 first-round picks already. Collect them all. Dolphins at 30. That's one way to get Arch Manning. Or Dante Moore from Oregon or whomever else. Zion Young, edge from Missouri to Miami. So if Miami goes offensive tackle up at 11, come back at 30. There's Zion Young. Blake Miller. That was really the last decision. Ihenekor or Miller. And I went with Miller because he's, in my opinion, going to be the guy you can have get in there and play right away, which I think the Patriots need. Maybe move Will Campbell to perhaps a guard position, or just a different spot. It didn't really work so well for Campbell in the offensive line. So I think that makes it. Of course, the Patriots want to trade back. So do the Seahawks. But here, the Seahawks keep the pick and go Colton Hood, corner from Tennessee. And that's my mock draft. Let's go through real fast here with some of these. Jason Boris. It's the big announcement. It's always interesting with Jason because with his mock, he only has one per year that he puts out. And so you can look at that separation. 48.2 average. Anyway, it does have that 51 that's going to roll off. There are a couple, sometimes I've outperformed him, but the last couple of years, he's performed out, not just me, but I mean everybody. So let's see what Jason has here. I've got the links. If you want to see these for yourself, if you want to pull them up, read along, whatever. I'll probably go through with Jason, Brendan, and Jared's mocks. And I'll get as close to the top of the hour if I don't take too long with it. And of course, we have Twitchy Tides coming up. You're giving away another Warsaken booster pack, or set 1 booster pack we're giving away to the winner. In addition, more Twitchy Bug Series 1 packs. We'll need a minimum of 10 players for the game to count from the leaderboard standing, so we'll wait till we get to that. Even if you've never played before, if you just want to play for fun, just type !play, !PLAY in chat. Get in on that. All right, so on the Times News Online site. Say TN Online, that's not Tennessee. It's what, Pennsylvania? All right, so Jason Boris. I encourage you to go through and read these mocks. So Mendoza at 1, of course. Bailey at 2. Love at 3, so we match on that so far. Reese at 4, we match on that. Tyson at 5, we match on that. Okay, so far so good. Bono at 6, we match on. Now here we go. A little bit Sonny Styles, Commanders. That is what I had, right? I think I'd remember by now, but I've read enough lists over the past few days. It's yeah, Sonny Styles. Okay. This isn't match game 26 here. Come on. 8, Caleb Downs. Okay, so Caleb Downs at 8. Who'd I have? Mansour Delane. All right. So there's some differentiation. So Bain to the Chiefs here at 9, which is a distinct possibility. And that would free up Kansas City to do something else with that lower pick. Maui Noah to the Giants. I can see that. Proctor the Dolphins. See, there's been a lot of talk about Proctor going well above Detroit at number 17, but the question is where? Lane to the Cowboys. That'd be a nice pickup. Dallas needs help at corner. Parnell Tate to the Rams. So some people say Tate is top 10, maybe top 5. But here, Rams, Tate at 13. Drunken stupor. Puka. Gotta get it together, dude. 14, Baltimore. I mentioned this. Kenyon Sadiq, tight end Oregon, that might be a consideration for Baltimore there. That is a need spot. 15, Akeem Mesidor to the Buccaneers. And that is a need for the Bucs, edge rusher. Again, will the Bucs get hung up on Mesidor being 25 years old? That's what kind of tilted me away from it. That's what Jason has for the Bucs, and that means it seems entirely plausible there. At 16, Mekhi Lemon still on the board, going to the Jets. Keldrick Falk to the Lions. Now, I've heard that the Lions might go with Keldrick Falk, especially if Proctor's gone. But perhaps Jason's right about that. Here's Peter Woods, the first one that I don't have on my mock, and I might regret it. We'll see. Woods to the Vikings at 18. Having some doubt about Thieneman to the Vikings. 19, Thieneman to the Panthers. That was the thing, putting the mocks together. I thought, well, Panthers could use a safety, but they really needed somebody more like Thieneman as opposed to McNeil Warren, at least the way I saw it. Here's another one that was certainly in consideration, but didn't make it for me. Mekhi Lawrence, edge from UCF. Went to Dallas at 20 here in Jason Boris's mock draft for Jason. Number 1, look at that. Tied for third, and then That's almost a full 5 points ahead. That's really something. Blake Miller, Steelers. I can see that. If they don't go receiver, offensive line, quite possible. Ioane to the Chargers. If he doesn't go to Baltimore at 14, that is very possible. That was when I had Maui Noah sliding at one point, going to 14. This is something I had in my mock. So I can see that. I've got this. Freeling to the Eagles at 23. Got this as well. Denzel Boston to the Cleveland Browns. now this is interesting. TJ Parker's made it into a lot of mock drafts. And there are a bunch of edge prospects that'll be under consideration. It's been tough to get a read on the Bears. There'll be something to stop the run, but you can get run stuffers on day 2. Parker really had a down 2025. Most of Clemson's defense had a down 2025. Kind of odd. But Parker to the Bears. C.J. Allen to the Bills. Got a lot of talk the Bills will be going linebacker here. This is where I connected the Arizona Cardinals with a trade-up. I don't think Jason has that. I don't think he has Ty Simpson first round. 27, Caleb Lomu to the 49ers. Now, this is one spot where I say, okay, there's some, I wouldn't necessarily even call it intel. The things that I look for, indications that the 49ers would not be going offensive tackle here. We'll see. And Lomu, he's young. You'll be able to get a lot out of him potentially as he advances. And I guess a redshirt sophomore. He had 2 years of eligibility remaining. They had a pretty good feeling he'd be a late first pick or somewhere in the first, and perhaps he will be. At 28, here's Caden McDonald going to Houston. Colton Hood, Kansas City. So, again, this is where when these teams have multiple first-round picks, it gets interesting. Hey, they're too high. NFL draft starts at the top of the hour, going through some of the top of the mock drafters. That's me. I'm NashvilleLou, Lou Pickney. And again, I'm getting fading out the mock draft NFL brand, which is way too generic. And it really, so it's DKDB. My mocks there makes it a lot easier. Or as Jason Boris, that top rate over the past 5 years, he's got Hood at 29 to the Chiefs. At 30, Chris Johnson, the Dolphins. Ioane goes to the Patriots. So that's Peter Woods and Max Ioane. Those two are two I might regret leaving out of mine. We'll see. If for some reason they slide, it'll be advantage me. And then finally here, okay, I was wrong about the projected trade. Now this is interesting because again, Arizona and Seattle are both in the NFC West. And it would be obvious that Arizona's trading up because they want to get a 5th-year option, which you get with the contracts with first-round selections, the way it is with a collective bargaining agreement in the NFL. Anyway, so you notice, so I mean, that's how many we got out of the start. We had the same. I think the first 7 went until downs at 8. So that's pretty good. With us having very much independence. I have no idea what he's doing until it shows up. So I feel pretty good about that. We only had a couple different as far as the overall players went. Do something real fast. Hit all 10. 41 users, each getting 10 Nash Cash. And that's not legal tender. You can use Nash Cash to dig from the ScurryBot dig pool. Got us every 5 minutes here for this broadcast. I need to adjust something here real fast. My first time streaming on Twitch in a couple of months. It was strongly suggested to me to focus very much on the DKDB, or the algorithm. Some of the things that the those LLMs can see that I can't as far as search results go. But their advice is pretty sound. All right, what was I doing over here? Trying to get the... that stuff from the Warsaken Blitz pre-show. Still going in chat. Okay. I think we're good now. Look through Jason Boris and his mock draft. Now let's take a look at what Brendan Donahue has. Start football analysis. Less than 20 minutes at the top of the hour. NFL draft actually gets started. Very easy to read this. Maybe it'd be better off making a list like this for next year for mine. We got Mendoza, Bailey, Reese to the Cardinals at 3. And I think that's if that happens, if Reese goes at 3 or somebody moves up to get some Reese at 3, I think Bailey and Reese are gone. Sonny Styles to the Tides. Jeremiah Love to the Giants. I can see that if he's there. Or the Giants pick at 10. Bono to the Browns. I've got that. Commanders, Carnell Tate. Jordan Tyson to the Saints. See, this right here, if the Giants want a receiver, this is why you go receiver at 5. These guys in here are going to go yoink and yoink, quite potentially. Reuben Bain Jr. to the Chiefs. Caleb Downs, Giants. Maui Noah to the Dolphins. Delane falling. That's another one saying Delane to the Cowboys. Makai Lemon to the Rams. I've got that. Vanga to the Ravens. I've got that. Here's Mesidor to the Buccaneers. Something that Jason had. So Omar Cooper Jr. to the Jets. Now, the word I'd heard with the Jets is they liked Cooper maybe more for that pick at the top of the second round. I think Charlie Campbell of Walter Football had that. But maybe that's what you put up the Jets. Make them think that, and then you get Cooper at 16. And I mentioned Freeling to the Lions if Proctor wasn't there, but here Proctor is still on the board and going past Detroit. And Brendan Donahue saying Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle, Georgia. Here's Thiedemann to the Vikings. I've got that. Sadiq, I like if he's still on the board at 19. I like Sadiq to the Panthers. Here's another Malachi Lawrence to the Cowboys, edge rusher. Lovu to the Steelers. Keldrick Falk to the Chargers is interesting. Proctor to the Eagles. If he's there, I think that makes a lot of sense. That's a lot of teams that are said to be interested in Proctor that they pass up on him. And yet that could happen. You never know with the draft. Denzel Boston Browns, I've got that. TJ Parker. I mentioned there's a few players that have shown up in several prominent mocks that I didn't have in mind. Parker to the Bears. The Bears have been kind of an enigma, kind of a mystery what they're going to do, but you can look at defensive line, whether tackle or edge. Caden McDonald, speaking of defensive tackles, the Bills. If you don't go linebacker, if he's there, that makes sense. Concepcion to the 49ers. I'd heard a lot of whispers about that, but that was several weeks ago, and those have kind of died down. Concepcion did not make my final mock draft. Blake Miller to the Texans. Colton Hood Chiefs. Chris Johnson Dolphins. Next, Ioane to the Patriots. And then Ty Simpson. There's another one at the 32 spot. It's a mock draft, not a mock trade machine per se, but with something like this, especially after the Giants last year, okay. We're going to have to adjust the way we do these things. Again, that's from Brendan Donahue. Brendan, that list. I'm tied for third with Jared Smola from Draft Sharks. We'll go through Jared's at mock here in a moment. 15 minutes at top of the hour. If you're not in yet, you want to get into the next Twitchy Tides game, just type !play, P-L-A-Y, in chat. Giving away to the Warsaken Booster Pack. The lowest one of those in the secondary market, I think it was like close to 79 or 80 wax. All right, so went through Jason Boris, Times News Online, Brendan Donahue, Sharp Football Analysis. And I'm tied for it. I mean, they have to number them. They can't put 3T or whatever. It would get a little bit unwieldy. But you can see how close it is there from the past 5 years. That's me. Some of you just know me as NashvilleLou. That's my real name, Lou Pickney. Let's see what Jared Smola has. Draft Sharks. So everybody's going to have Mendoza to the Raiders. It should be interesting to see the celebration in Bloomington, Indiana at IU's spring game, which is taking place. Maybe going on right now. I'd heard 7 Eastern, but I think they're going to run it for an hour. Then they'll have the big celebration when Mendoza gets drafted at 1, and they'll have that. I'm sure they'll have that figured out. They're pretty savvy up there at IU. Coach Sig's got it going on up there. My friends who are Indiana Hoosiers fans and overjoyed. One of these things they never thought would happen. They love talking basketball with me. Now they talk football as well. David Bailey to the Jets at 2. Here's another one. Reese to the Cardinals at 3. Love to the Titans. And that's some people really think that's going to happen. And maybe it will. But the impression I got is that the most likely outcome was going to be Bailey, Reese, or Sonny Styles. Now, if the Titans, me speaking personally as a Titans fan, I'd be thrilled to have Jeremiah Love here in Nashville. He'd be a great addition to that offense. But I'd also be thrilled with a high-end pass rusher. So we'll see. At 5, Sonny Styles of the Giants. I had heard some late word kind of fading styles from the Giants. But again, this is smokescreen season after all. Bono to the Browns. I feel good. I'm glad I went with that ultimately. A lot of the other top mocks have that. Parnell Tate to the Commanders. Jordan Tyson to the Saints. See, this is why if the Giants want a wide receiver, this is why you got to take one at 5 as opposed to 10. Unless you've got a surprise guy there at 10 that you think is going to be still available. Another Reuben Bain Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs haven't had a top 10 pick in 9 years, going back to when they got Patrick Mahomes, 2017. And it's tough to get an elite edge rusher if you're not drafting in the top 10. You can get some really good edge rushers, but not the top as far as the prospects go. Of course, the question with Bain, arm length, shorter than 31 inches on the arm measurement. But if you can get past that, he's one of my favorite prospects, just watching, like as a neutral fan watching, because he brings that effort on every play. They call him Motor. Scouting Carney, for he gives his full effort at all times. Ferocious. Caleb Downs to the Giants at 10. Now we know to the Dolphins. See, those are thinking alike. We came up with this independently. Mansour Delane to the Cowboys. A lot of Delane to the Cowboys. I mean, it's a need there for Dallas. Proctor to the Rams. See, there's been a lot of talk about Proctor. Notice all the different mocks all over the place with Proctor. Vanga Ioane, Ravens, that matches what I have. Kenyon Sadiq, Bucks, matches what I have. Makai Lemon to the Jets. I think it makes sense if he's there. Freeling to the Lions. That's where I mentioned that after a while I start to forget who I heard what from, other than there are people that I know and trust. And if they're on that list, I just know that, okay, this is trusted info. I always want to double check, try and find additional sourcing. But I think it was Charlie Campbell was saying, okay, if it's not Proctor, then Freeling to be considered here, along with Keldrick Falk. Dylan Thiedemann to the Vikings. This is interesting. Casey Concepcion, who didn't make my mock draft. Here he is, the Carolina at 19. Keldrick Falk, edge to the Cowboys. See, this is where these teams with the double picks, it can throw you off. Like if Dallas ends up getting Bain at 12, that's great for me. If Bain's gone to Kansas City at 9 and Dallas takes Delane at 12, well, they fall behind some of these other top mocks. Omar Cooper Jr. to the Steelers, I've got that. Mesidor to the Chargers, interesting. The Ioane going to the Eagles. Denzel Boston Browns matches with that. TJ Parker. So you'll notice with some of these top mocks, a few names that weren't mine. That includes Parker. I think Parker's a great prospect. This has nothing to do with my opinion or my evaluation, other than what I think team needs would make sense when you're trying to figure things out and there's not much information. It could happen. Malachi Lawrence, edge to Buffalo, another one that could happen. Will I regret putting Zion Young in and not Malachi Lawrence or Parker? We'll see. Caleb Lomu, 49. Again, 49ers offensive line. While I've heard that faded late, you can tell some of these top mocks see it otherwise. Blake Miller to Houston. Bolton Hood to the Chiefs. Jermod McCoy. So again, McCoy, some see a bit of a fall because there has been talk about injury concern with McCoy, not just a torn ACL from last year, from January of last year, but perhaps other issues related to that. It's hard to know with medical and especially particular team evaluations. They keep a lot of that close to the vest. Chris Johnson to the Patriots. Here again, 32, another Seattle, Arizona. And it's so risky, though, for Arizona, because if Seattle says, no, we're not going to trade, and there goes, that's the last train out of town as far as getting a fifth-year option. But obviously, Seattle wants to trade back. But I don't know if they would help out Arizona, knowing that that's going to give their division rival a rookie quarterback where the team's got a fifth-year option. And it only works for those first 32 picks. That's the way it is for the first round. So that's a look at mock draft from Jared Smola. So went to the top as far as the king of the hill over the past 5 years. Jason, Brendan, Jared, and mine. All right, so we've got 8 players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. I'll be off headset for a few minutes here, take my hourly break. On the other side of that break, we got 9 in. Pop and stock. Hey there. We'll need 1 more to get in, and we'll get to 10. I couldn't get the stream to work with Blaze tonight. Okay. Start fighting with technology. I have a lot of plans with Blaze, and it'll be a lot of fun there. But with this, live on Twitch, live on Kick, I have live coverage. The 2026 NFL Draft, Round 1, Night 1. Back in just a few minutes. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. Back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Got 9 players in for Twitchy Tides. We need 1 more to get to 10. That's the minimum you need for a game to count for the leaderboard standings. 1 more person to type !play in chat on Twitch. And we'll get that next game going. Be giving away a Warsaken Set 1 booster pack. Alright. And noted with this NFL draft, the Huddle Report. Past 5 years, tied for 3rd. Jared Smola, Jason Boris, and Brendan Donahue. At their mock drafts, had an overview of that a little bit earlier. Almost had very similar thoughts, particularly early. Few players that showed up in a lot of other lists that I didn't have. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. They're doing a lot of like they have like a bunch of filler before they actually get to the draft. It's this massive event. They're expecting, I think, 500,000 people in Pittsburgh this week. It's amazing. I went to the draft in 2012 up in New York City, Radio City Music Hall. A buddy of mine worked for the NFL at the time, got me a VIP pass that first night. Those things are like gold. It was like he had like call in a favor, and he worked there. I always appreciate my buddy Brooke Gardner, probably that. Thank you, Brooke. So it's the DKDB NFL Draft Show. Huddle Report. Let me see me pull something up here. This up first. All right, so no picks yet. I tried to sign in on this computer earlier, but here's the explanation. You get a player that was selected in the first round, you get 1 point. You have a player and a team, even if it's not the same position, but if you match player and team, you get an additional 2 points. Links222, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Greetings and welcome. I appreciate that too. Hi, thank you. See what I've been doing. I've been busy with the DKDB. My expert-curated 2026 NFL mock draft database. I've missed doing these live streams. But it was strongly encouraged to me because of building the brand. I only launched this new DKDB rebrand. The old DraftKings name, it was just too similar to DraftKings. Even though I have had it since 2003, even though I told Jason Robbins in 2011 when he called me on the phone wanting to buy it, say no, pick another name. Can you imagine? Things would have been very different if they had a different name. But instead, I was their first affiliate, and we had a business relationship for nearly 12 years. But that's no longer the case. And it was very difficult trying to get people to link with the name DraftKings. They get confused. The low point was when Reddit turned down my ad buys. I mean, you got to be kidding me. I said, this is not a gambling site. And the response, well, this information could be used for gambling, so we're going to say no. If Reddit ever goes under, they don't like taking money, apparently. So at least that was my experience. They probably have AI now. Get rid of the people. Or maybe that was AI and I didn't know it. But I don't know about that. Anyway, so I've got my DKDB. I've got my mock draft. I actually moved it to the DKDB over from mockdraftnfl.com. So I made it easier to find, all in one place. So it's been a lot of work with branding, and really I'm going to need a full cycle to get this to kick in the way it needs to. So this is what I've been working on. So you can see that mock draft NFL. It's a very generic name. It didn't help me at all from a branding standpoint. We got 10 players in, so we'll get this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast started here in just a moment. So last chance to get into this next game. The winner gets a Warsaken booster pack, a Set 1 booster pack. One to the winner of this second Twitchy Tides game. Everybody, just like the first game, everybody in this second game will get a Twitchy Bug Series 1 pack. Provided courtesy Hot Paragon. Overlay down. I win prize goes to second place. The Raiders are on the clock. There's a running time down. The filler. The way goes the draft. No filler right here. It's go time. This second Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast here on this DKDB NFL Draft Special begins now. Good luck. It's NashvilleLou Live. Draft start. It's like it has started right now, but there's like right away. Jeff 0079 and Onyx are out. Buzz King gets hooked. We're down to 7. Like the clock is running for Las Vegas, but it's been known for many months that they're going to take Fernando Mendoza. Hook from Big Worm takes out Poppenstock. We're down to 6. In the past, going back to 2004, I've done running commentary written style, but this might be a little bit more exciting, the live stream element. Mocha Twitcher's out. Depth charge. We're down to 5. Half the field's out. It's Krabby Mike doing the wall crawl. Flinks is out. I'm out. We're down to the final 3. Jamie Penguins, mebeswede, and Too High. Krabby Mike for Too High with that King Claw. King Claw is immune from being killed by Krabby Mike. Swede gets the claws. It's down to Jamie Penguins and Too High. These two players about to win a Warsaken booster pack. Depth charge. Too High hits the depth charge, and that's the game. So congratulations, Jamie Penguins. Victorious in this second Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. Game. It's a top 10 finish for everybody, and everybody in that game, except me, because I'm the one giving them out. Everybody else will get a Twitchy Bug Series 1 pack. Congratulations, Jamie Penguins, victorious. The pick is in for the Raiders, that first pick. I can't show the TV coverage. I'm able to watch it here. Anybody in the United States wanting to watch if you have a spare monitor or whatever, ABC, over-the-air television. Just clicked on this. That's the DKDB. Very abrupt slate. Kind of slaps you. Branding, pal. That's what I was going for here. So it's exclamation point play to get in for the next Twitchy Tides game. Be giving away another Warsaken booster pack coming up. Really seasonal. You can tell it's been a while. I've used some of these in the mix here. What's my number 5 fish? Per Punk. There we go. So exclamation mark play gets you in for the next Twitchy Tides game. Pick is in for the Raiders. It's going to be Fernando Mendoza. I mean, this is... They were going to draw this out because that's what they do. They get commercials. It's the way it goes. Mendoza's not there in person, so they're going to have live shot from... I believe it's from his family's home in Miami, I think. Commissioner Goodell. It's funny how he handles the crowd. He knows he's going to get booed. That's just part of the gig. Of course, Fernando Mendoza. The cutaway to the house. So, everybody that made a mock draft practically is going to have Mendoza at 1. So everybody got at least 1 right for this one. I'll see what let's see if they do a cutaway with the Indiana spring game. They got multiple channels that are covering this. I'm just peeking over at ABC right now. The handshakes in the Las Vegas war room. You guys knew. I mean, this. Congratulations. We didn't let time run out. They get shorter amount of time this year as far as the picks go. They cut it down 2 minutes per pick, which I don't think is going to be a positive. But they didn't ask me. It's already below 5 minutes for the Jets. And that's where the real intrigue kicks in. They didn't do a cutaway to the stadium like I thought they would. But maybe they did on a different channel. ABC goes for like the feature kind of thing. Maybe give you more look at like the play or the emotion. Because look, you might make this an event that everybody can enjoy, even if you don't care about American football. When there are stories about people that have overcome whatever they've overcome in their life or what they've done that's spectacular, everybody's got a story. The human interest part, they got some people that are really good storytellers, even though that's not really what I look for. I'm in here to get the information. Let's see if they got this up and going. Here we go. This may have some spoilers if there's a tipped pick that Huddle Report gets, so fair warning. I'm not going to be hiding any quote-unquote spoilers. They take too long to get around to announcing it. Everybody with 3. Make sure I know I'm in. Got in last night. I really appreciate what the Huddle Report does. Robbie's had this. He's been doing this longer than I have. I've been doing it since 2003. Got in here this year. Shay. And Standig does pretty well usually. One name. Area. See, that's the Draft King name. What do they call it? Draft King or DKDB, whatever. I mean, I prefer DKDB, but I'm not going to be quibbling over it. So again, nobody was going to go from the chalk there at one just because it was so obvious it would be Mendoza. It's just the rule is they're not allowed to say who they're going to take at number 1. That 1% of doubt, that sliver of doubt. So if you want to get in for the next Twitchy Tides game, you can do so by typing !play in chat on Twitch. Hold up Wikipedia. Let's see. Oh, there's not any Weisenheimers pulling any pranks. And Mendoza. An interview with Mendoza on ABC. Check to make sure stream's going okay. Glad to have you here with me. I miss live streaming. And I was very strongly encouraged. I was even encouraged not to mention that I wasn't streaming. It was very precise. Very firm. Okay. And the idea being that trying to establish a new brand with a DKDB, the less there is as far as noise to signal ratio goes. The pig is in for the Jets. Like I was thinking about the 2012 NFL draft that I went to in person at Radio City Music Hall in New York City. You would never be able to go back to that now because so many people go now. It's different back then. I'll tell you how things have changed even just the last 14 years. At that 2012 one, they let me in through a side entrance. No security check, no metal detector, nothing. In New York City. I've had the VIP badge. I was with people, but still. By that next year, I know they had changed things a lot as far as they keep everybody safe. An outdoor event a little bit different as far as that. I can only imagine the handling a large amount of people in one space. That's a challenge. So the Jets pick is in. Okay, well I guess they're getting up to speed here on the Huddle Report. It is David Bailey, so I got that. So 2 for 2. Get Mendoza and Bailey. David Bailey, edge rusher, Texas Tech. Really could use an extra screen over here. I wonder how many people didn't have that. Ooh. How many people? Well, there's 4. I guess quite a few people went with Arvell Reese at 2, as opposed to David Bailey. It went back and forth as far as the rumors. Todd McShay was hearing a lot of conflicting information. His reporting was going back and forth. But in the end, it was on point. David Bailey. The DKDB NFL Draft Show here on NashvilleLou Live. Live on Twitch. Simulcast on Kick. If you want to chat, you got to do so on Twitch. Got 6 players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. Be giving away, we had the Warsaken Blitz Classic pre-show. Be giving away another Warsaken booster pack for the winner of the 3rd Twitchy Tides game coming up. We got 6 players in for it already. If you'd like to join, make that 7. If you'd like to join, you can do so with !play in chat. Let's see, streaming computer I can pull up over here. NFL. Looking at Mendoza at 1, Bailey 2. We'll see what happens with the Cardinals. Are they going to trade the pick? Are they going to hold it? Will they take Reese? Will they have a surprise pick? Will it be Jeremiah Love, which is what I projected? Arizona hadn't traded the pick, and they got less than 3 minutes on the clock looking at the feed on ABC. I presume there's a different one for ESPN and a different one for NFL Network. Although that's probably going to go away. With NFL Network, ESPN, NFL and ESPN be more intertwined now. No pick yet for the Cardinals, at least not they're showing on TV. They show the clock counting down. This was updated quicker than the TV was, so. When I say the TV, I mean the ABC terrestrial broadcasting over-the-air signal. Let's see, any spoilers here? And no spoilers or joke picks. I'm sure they've got a pretty robust security. Whatever they do with the... Yeah, they got the... What is this one here? The semi-protected. No vandalizing, please. Very serious thing. So again, this mock draft database. And I plan on going through and doing some work with Claude Code to... This was designed using some LLM help as far as the layout went. I mean, web coding, as long as I've been doing it, it doesn't come naturally to me. I learned how to code in 1995 as a freshman at the University of Evansville. Buddy Andy, I met like right when I'd started there. He was a sophomore, and he already had experience putting websites together, which was saying something for August 1995. Let's appreciate Andy Capps helping me out with that. Anyway. Point is now that there are AI tools that can help with that. I know AI makes some people, I mean, my database is built around people not liking AI. When human, actual real-life people, not stuff that was just thrown together or regurged. Let's see, we got the 3rd pick in yet. Let me flip over here. NashvilleLou Live. Got 8 players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. The pick is in. The Cardinals did not trade the pick. It's funny seeing Nick Saban up there on the desk with the guys. thing with Saban, he can be very personable when he wants to be. Some of that whole thing with the coaching, a little bit of a facade. I mean, he could be a real hardliner, but when he wants to be charming, that's why he's such a good recruiter. Man, look at the aerial shot from Pittsburgh. They got so many people there. Man. Like Nashville from 2019. We're about to get the pick here from the Cardinals. I think. For cutting the time down between picks, they're sure taking their time. I don't hear any complaining from people later about picks getting tipped on X. Maybe slow rolling us. Jeremiah loves the pick, so I got it right. The late rumors were true. Jeremiah Love, Arizona at 3. All right. Let's see if Wikipedia is up to date. They're slacking. All right, so 3 for 3 so far. Mendoza, we knew that. Bailey, we figured that. Love. That was the late word. And as much as it might seem strange that a running back would go top 3, Love is a special talent. And the word was strong enough late. They're like, okay, I can't fade from that. I got to go with it. So, I think Reese to the Titans makes sense. Maybe they'll surprise me. It'll be Sonny Styles. But I think it's going to be Reese. All right, there we go. Wikipedia is now up to date. Titans on the clock, I presume. Let's see. Huddle Report. Hey, it's me. Here we go again. I'm sure a lot of people had this for the first 3. Yeah. Okay. 26 of us did. I'm in here with, these are legitimate people. This is not just, you can't be a geek off the street. Okay, so far so good. You can't get cocky with this stuff. It's got a way of humbling you real fast. But I'm happy with the start at least. So at 4, I've got Reese. Then Tyson at 5. Again, that was just like Love at 3 was late word on that. That's how I felt at 5 with Tyson to the Giants. Although I felt it was stronger with Love to the Cardinals, so we'll see. Reese to the Titans. Popped it back over to ABC on my television that doubles as my screen. So the Titans are on the clock. Hometown Tennessee Titans. So we'll never know if they were going to take Love here at 4. Immaterial now. It's NashvilleLou Live, the DKDB NFL Draft 2026 special. Got 8 players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. At least 10 for the game to count for the leaderboard standings. Just like with the first 2 games, everybody that gets in this 3rd game will get a Twitchy Bug Series 1 pack. But the winner gets a Warsaken booster pack. Set 1 booster packs. Last check, it was 79 wax on the secondary market for the cheapest one. Good stuff inside of those. Many thanks to Warsaken. Some of those packs I've been holding on to for a long time because I value them. Actually, they're given away properly. Clock's ticking down on the Titans. About less than 3 minutes now, according to the ABC feed. A pick is in for the Titans. Put the fish tank back up for a minute. The shorter time between picks, maybe they wanted things to go in a tidier manner. A little bit more certainty from the time window, but we'll have to hear what the feedback is from teams afterward. If anybody misses their pick, at least the Titans didn't miss a spot. You know who you want, just go ahead and make the pick. It's NashvilleLou Live. We've got Twitchy Tides coming up, another game. With a Warsaken booster pack going to the winner. And they're taking it. Of course, they're going to be rushed if the next team's already up on the board. If you get the pick in, give me the highlight package. There's some really cool highlights for Jeremiah Love. This is what happens when you truncate things all the time. So happy the Titans have new uniforms this season. They look like what they should have had in 1999. They should have never done what they did with those uniforms. They renamed the team. But they did. Can't go back. But this one actually looks like a regular football uniform, not an art project. It doesn't look hideous. I wouldn't be embarrassed to wear this jersey walking down the street like I would have with the last jerseys. Now, me complaining about that, there is no value whatsoever, because even if I convinced the Titans there immediately, they were stuck with that design for the next 5 years. And make them stick for at least a few years with it. Would they get to the pick? Keep on rambling here. I know you guys have more control now. You're not fighting with NFL Network anymore. Oh, this is... Yeah, the pick's been in for 45 seconds. Come on. This is how picks get tipped. Acting like it's the NCAA basketball tournament, you're going to slow roll us. It was really impressive, though, the way I got there in Pittsburgh. Got some nice aerial shots. So the commissioner's at the stand. Let's see the Titans get here. Carnell Tate. Wow, okay. Surprise. So it's Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State, to the Titans at number 4. The thought was getting Wendell Robinson from the Giants. There's your number 2 receiver. But I tell you what, Tate can catch practically anything thrown his way. Gets open in 3 seconds or less. That is interesting. So Carnell Tate to the Titans. Wow. I wonder if anybody had that. Let's see. One person did. They had the first 3 as well. So Mike Band off to an early start. He's the only one out of all these experts to get the first 4 picks right. I guess they presume it's some of these first few players that... Well, I'm not sure what that is. Anyway, so Mike's got the early lead. 4 for 4 thus far. Carnell Tate. Now the Giants at 5. This is interesting. I had the Giants taking Jordan Tyson here. Tate's gone, so if the Giants want a receiver, you want to wait till 10. Risky. Let's back up here for a minute. A little tricky for me. I can't have the computer screen. I can see it on the preview monitor on the streaming computer, but pick's already in for the Giants. He has limited time, although there's no rule they have to let the time run all the way down. Will the Giants go with Arvell Reese, or they go Jordan Tyson like I projected? We're 8 players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. If you'd like to join, even if you've never played before, just type !play in chat on Twitch. He will assign a fish for you. Everybody that wants to play gets to it. Twitchy Tides. It's great fun. I guess they're about to announce the pick. No, they got a back interview. So, see the background, I guess a different feed of a different interview. This is how, I don't want to hear people complaining later about picks getting spoiled or whatever on X, on Blue Sky, or whatever your platform of choice is. But again, this is a television event. They're gonna tell their stories. It's NashvilleLou Live. It's a little bit different here with this live stream. My reactions to first round of the NFL draft. So the pick is in and they're going to commercial. Ugh. You deserve to get your picks tipped when you're doing that stuff. Pick is in, but we won't tell you. Arvell Reese to the Giants at 5. This person says. I got to confirm that, though. Jump the gun. Realize I'm live streaming. Can't just be saying things out loud. It's official. Oh, this one. There's another one saying Arvell Reese to the Giants. Let's see if Wikipedia, F5 it. It's not updated yet. Huddle. Not here yet. Okay, so wasn't Jordan Tyson at 5, and Arvell Reese still on the board. The Giants will get boost to the defense. I got the first 3. Titans to that curveball taking Carnell Tate. These things have a way of, well, won't be Kansas City getting Tate now, will it? So Reese goes to the Giants at 5. No trades thus far. Cleveland will be back on the board at 6. I think this will auto-update. He scores through pick 5. Not including pick 5. So for Cleveland at 6, Spencer Fondo. That was a lot of the late talk. While the Browns have had their name connected with a bunch of different players, it won't be Carnell Tate, I can tell you that. He's coming to Nashville. Eight players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. Giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Giving away Twitchy Bug Series 1 packs for all participants. You can join with exclamation point play in chat. All right, so up to speed through 5 now. So I guess some people may have had Reese at 5, or they may have had the Giants trading up. Peter Schrager, ESPN. There's Jason Boris up there. There's a lot of us at 11. I'm there. If Jason's there, I'm there. So we had, I think, the first 6 or 7 picks the same. Jason, number 1 aggregate over the past 5 years. Nobody got 5 for 5. It's not that surprising, though. This was expected to be a difficult to forecast draft, even early. This is through pick 6. Who did Cleveland get? You're not telling me. I guess they didn't take Fano, did they? Let's see. Or they traded back. Okay, Kansas City traded up from number 9 to number 6. There was a trade. All right, so that's the first trade. How quickly this will get updated here. They haven't announced it yet, right? They haven't updated. So Kansas City moves up from 9 to 6. This had been rumored, been whispered. Maybe they're going for Bane. Won't be Tate. He's gone. So Cleveland moves back, has been expected all along. Is it Kansas City moving up to get Ruben Bane Jr.? It's NashvilleLou Live. Got 8 players in the next Twitchy Tides game. Away a Warsaken booster pack to the winner. You can join with exclamation point play. In chat, we'll need at least 10 players for the game to count for the leaderboard standings, so wait until we get that to get that next game going. There's the update with Reese. That doesn't have the trade info yet. Let me see. I'll go to X. Oh, Cleveland. Maybe instead of Cleveland, I'll put Chiefs. I say Maui Noah for the Chiefs. Let's see. Is that true? There's somebody saying Delane, so let's make sure it's right. There's another one saying Delane. They get Mansour Delane. There's another one saying Delane. It looks like it. This is updated for the Kansas City trade up. Doesn't have Delane in there yet. As far as how that affects me, means Delane's not going to be in the mix for the Saints at 8. Sonny Styles is there for Washington at 7. So if that happens, I would hit with that. If Fano's still there for the Browns at 9, that's a possibility. It's gone thus far. It's NashvilleLou Live. DKDB NFL Draft 2026 special. Live on Twitch, simulcast on Kick. I tried to stream it to other places, but getting this to work was well, we got it to work in the end. Anyways, I'll upload the VOD to YouTube later on. Okay, so Chiefs traded up. It's not updated. With Mansour Delane from LSU to the Chiefs at 6. It makes sense in a way because the Chiefs had a major need at corner. Okay, so with that trade, the Chiefs get the number 9, they get the number 6, and exchange with the number 9, the number 74, and the number 148. So the Browns getting 3 picks in total out of that. Here, still not updated. Pop over here on my screen to see what the TV version is showing. Feature story. I have to wait a minute for the overlay to show me. Pick is in for the Chiefs. Okay, there's the actual draft, and then there's the television presentation of it. It's NashvilleLou Live. Let's tip all 10. Let's give out some more Nash Cash. Where you can earn Nash Cash just for watching me when I'm live here on Twitch. 41 users, each getting 10 Nash Cash. Glad to have you here with me. I got a lot of lurkers in the house tonight, people watching the draft. Maybe have me on the background. Glad to have you here. We've got 8 players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. If you're not in yet, you'd like to join, all you have to do is type !play in chat. They're struggling on getting things caught up. At least with the ABC version, they've been very cagey about how much time these teams get. They take their time on putting that clock back on the screen. I imagine the coordination of that's got to be a logistical challenge, to say the least. Years of working as a TV news producer, where you haven't hit it on the second. There is no going long, no overrun. Better be ready to get to Good Morning America or the Today Show. Pick 7. Xavier Cromartie. Tends to do very well. Hey, look at that. It's me. 4 out of 7. I guess I got to pick right then with the Commanders. Sonny Styles. All right. There's Mike Band and Scott Atkins, the lead for now. There's a bunch of us, not just me here in this spot. I think most of these early ones are going ahead and giving the presumption of these players will be taken in the first round. At least I think that's how it is. Maybe I'm not reading that part correctly. Whatever the case. Again, there's a lot of names on here. Post in chat. Link to the Huddle Report. It's thehuddlereport.com. Pretty straightforward. Crazy on the scrolling. There's Delane to the Chiefs. I mean, you had to look on X. If I'm showing up there with 4 correct, got the first 3 right. Back over here. No, that's the wrong one. No. Commanders, which is a long name to type out, is Sonny Styles. So I put Arbel Reese pulling ribs on X. I got drafted, pal. All right, so Sonny Styles to the Commanders at 7. So I'm not going to hit with 8 the Saints. I had them taking Mansour Delane. I wonder what the Saints are going to do. That was said to be the floor for Carnell Tate. He's gone. Warner was talked about. It could be Reuben Bain Jr., edge from Miami. A lot of people are saying Bain at 9 to the Chiefs. So if he ends up going to Dallas, then I'd be able to pick up a little bit of ground on some of these. As you've noticed, there's a lot of people in the mix there. The Huddle Report. And this isn't like just fans putting stuff in here. These are people, all the outlets that are associated. And that includes the top independents like me. Most of the people in here do this because they have interest in scouting to one degree or another. My path was entirely different. As a one-off for the 2003 NFL Draft, I put a mock draft together on LouPickney.com. Just posted it there just to do it. And much to my surprise, ended up taking off and doing really well on Google. I got a bunch of traffic, a little light bulb went off. The summer of 2003 is when Google AdSense launched. And so I said, well, I need a name. So I looked around and guess what I found? DraftKing.com. It was nearly 23 years ago. But again, I've rebranded to DKDB. Hopefully they'll be able to update me in the system after the fact. If you look up DraftKings, it's funny because now that I've rebranded, it actually does bring people to my site when they look up DraftKings. There was a time when that didn't happen. Like, okay. I mean, I've had this since 2003. Now, it kind of weirds me out that 2003 was 23 years ago. It seems so hard to believe. Man, that was a fun year for me. Anyway, enough of the nostalgia. Okay, nothing yet with the Commanders. I'm going to pop over to TV real fast, see if they got another commercial break. No, they got a couple people on stage there with Commissioner Goodell. Picks in for the Commanders. We already knew that. It's NashvilleLou Live. We've got 9 players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. Need one more game to count for the leaderboard standings. Coming up against my hourly break here soon. I want to see if we're going to get word on the Saints pick here in the next couple minutes. It's tough to time it because it's tough to know. Are we going to live broadcast? And the Saints coming up at 8. Whatever it is, it's not going to match what I have because Delane's already gone. Chiefs traded back, so Cleveland at 9. It would work out well for me if Cleveland took Spencer Fano there at 9. Oh, through pick 8, so I guess we got another one in. Hey, look at that. Oh, no, that was before. Never mind. I'm getting all excited here. Settle down, pal. Like, as in, well, let's just say through 8. Oh. Guess I didn't hit it, whatever it was. I wouldn't have hit it anyway. I couldn't have because it was delayed. Unless it was a trade. I don't think it was. Okay, so let's see if I can find out who the Saints took real fast here. People complaining about the broadcast taking their time. Well, Jordan Tyson for the Saints. I was hoping that Tyson would be there for the Giants at 10 for my picks, not just for, because that would have counted for me if he would have hit there. But that says Jordan Tyson. Let's see, anybody else saying it? Jordan Tyson, Jordan Tyson. All right, so Jordan Tyson to the Saints. We got 10 players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. We're taking an hourly break now. On the other side of that, well, this next Twitchy Tides game, we give away another Warsaken booster pack. Set 1 booster pack. We give away a Twitchy Bug Series 1 pack to everybody in the game. We'll have that and more. Live reaction to the NFL Draft. The DKDB NFL Draft Special. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Got 10 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. The last call to get in for that, exclamation mark play in chat. Exclamation point PLAY. All participants will receive a Twitchy Bug Series 1 pack. The winner will get a Warsaken booster pack. So Warsaken set 1 booster pack to the winner. Get the overlay down. If I win, prize goes to second place. This third game of Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live begins now. Good luck. Depth charge. Jamie Penguins is out. Early on, we're down to 9. Another pick that turned out correct for me. Looking over here at this Huddle Report. Too high, Pop and Stock and Onyx are out. We're down to 6. So I guess Cleveland took Spencer Fano at 9. I would deduce that based on the results. Pink Felicia, zapping Dr. Doom, and zapping me. We're down to the final 4. The Giants, Caleb Downs is still on the board, so maybe I'll get lucky for my projections and that'll happen. We'll see. Funko Lover gets hooked by Big Worm. Down to 3. Krabby Mike's doing the wall crawl up top. Mocha Twitcher gets the claws. Final 2. Blinks and Buzz King, the last 2. It's NashvilleLou Live. Thrilled to have you here with me. Big Worm's got the hook. There goes Flinks, and that's the game. So congratulations, Buzz King. Victorious. This third Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. We've had 3 games and 3 different winners thus far. Good game. Everybody gets a top 10 finish. Everybody, except me, but everybody else gets a Twitchy Bug Series 1 pack. For the winner, Buzz King, a Warsaken Set 1 booster pack. Congratulations. Back open here now for the next Twitchy Tides game. You can get in right now with exclamation mark play in chat. Lulu fish in there. Onyx is in. Let's get up to speed here as far as the NFL draft goes. Looks like this just updated to 10. I didn't hit with that last one, so I've got 5 right out of the first 10. Over here, they're a little bit behind. I was taking Caleb down, so that didn't hit. So Dolphins, if the Dolphins are on the board, Maui Noah's still there, so that could happen. Zip back over here real fast. Let's see. Oh, it won't be Maui Noah because Maui Noah went to the Giants at 10. Wow, okay. He's not going to Miami. Going to New York. Interesting. All right. That takes Maui Noah out of play for the Dolphins at 11. Bain would still potentially be there for Dallas if he gets past Miami. No trades thus far, right? Or there was the one trade, the 6 and the 9. Because Cleveland, this was exactly what we thought was going to happen. But a lot of people thought Browns were going to try and trade back and hopefully still get the offensive lineman they wanted, which appears to be what happened, even though they haven't. I don't think they've shown that on television yet. This is airing on tape delay. We peaked in broadcasting about 10 years ago, just like the internet. Alas. And yet I can broadcast whatever I want practically in high definition to the entire world, the comfort of my home, not needing anybody else to do it. Glad to have you here as part of it. We got 5 players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. If you want to get in, just type !play in chat. Well, something different here tonight with this live stream. I'm putting so much time in with the DKDB, my expert-curated 2026 NFL mock draft database. Then with the mock draft NFL channel over on YouTube. Anybody, if you've got YouTube, we post a link in chat there. That mock draft NFL channel. It's kind of embarrassing. It's like maybe 30 followers or something. It's a small channel. I just started relatively recently. Although now that the draft will be wrapping up, I'll have a couple of videos probably from reaction and whatnot. Of course, this live stream. But I don't know. Time to chill out for a bit, and I'll have a few other interests, including Warsaken. Once we get that update for Warsaken, we're going to have so much fun with that. Live streaming that. The auto matchmaker, we have to deal with finding opponents. The prizes are for my audience, not for the people I'm playing against. I can't be the antagonist of my own show. I refuse to do that anymore. And this isn't to say anybody else can't do theirs their own way. I'm doing mine my way. All right. So let's see. Huddle Report. 10. Scott Atkins, 7 of 10. Zyrlene with 7. Mike Band. Jason Boris with 6. I mean, they were the group with 5. Back over to Wikipedia. Still slow rolling it. Gonna get approved, maybe. I don't know. So let's see. So Miami was the last one I hadn't heard. And I know they can't get Maui Noah because he went to the Giants at 10. That could be a chain reaction. You might have the actual plan figured out, but then one thing goes differently than what most are expecting, and it has this cascading effect. End up with this. Now, it always goes with the draft, though. It never plays out in a smooth and easy way. Why secrecy is so important for these teams. In many cases. So let's see. Check over on X and see if we got any updates at 11 what the Dolphins are doing. No one that's not Maui Noah. We're on the clock. Nobody's spoiling, but they can't go too quickly. I mean, they tell us to slow down for a minute. There are more commercials. Okay, I'm flipping over to TV now. I can't show this on the rights to show their broadcast. My stream. They're going to announce the Giants with Maui Noah. So Caleb Downs did not go in the top 10. So this is another year without a safety, a pure safety going top 10. There's a pretty decent chance you'd think that Miami may go for Downs at 11. If not, then I would think Downs to Dallas at 12. I wonder what Dallas would do if they could get Bain or Downs. Who would they choose? They're doing a feature piece about Maui Noah. Got a great story, but pop back over here so I can see what you see there with the screen. We got Twitchy Tides. We got 6 players in now for that next game. We've already given away 3 Warsaken Set 1 booster packs. We're giving away another one to the winner of this next game coming up. 7 players in. And everybody that gets in for each of these games get a Twitchy Bug Series 1 pack. Courtesy of Pop Paragon with Twitchy Tides. Of course, Twitchy Skies with the bird game. All right, so through pick 10. I'm in the group with 5 correct out of the 10. Again, Jason, he's done so well in these last few years. Feels like golf in a way, I think reverse. Obviously, going with the low numbers in golf. But I want to fall off the pace behind Jason. I think the first 7 we had were identical. There's me. Okay, that's where it stops with 5. I know at 11, it can't be Maui Noah because he's already off the board. Caleb Downs, you'd think that would be a strong possibility here. But I don't know how Miami values the safety position. That's interesting that Downs didn't go top 10. That was the big question. That was one of the questions, at least. The Huddle Report, both showing the same spot. I told the teams to take a break. hit the brakes there for a second. We've got to run more ads. And you don't want to rush. These people have interesting stories. And so if you're going to do storytelling, you want to do it right. Like, the Cowboys at 11, their pick is in. Okay, I guess I fell behind on my spoilers. Or maybe I didn't. Okay, wait, the Cowboys at 11. What, was there a trade? Apparently so. Okay. There's a lot to keep track of here. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. Take the microphone. I was looking at Dolphins and Cowboys. Are they going to actually show them, or I'll avoid the spoiler if they're going to have them on screen here in a second, but they're taking their time. The pick's in, they're yakking away. So Dallas moves up to 11 to get Caleb Downs. Wow. Answers that question about Downs or Bain. There was a lot of talk that Dallas was interested in Caleb Downs, safety from Ohio State. So Downs, with Dallas moving up 1 spot. Miami at 12. Miami do. How far is Ruben Bain Jr. going to fall? And I thought the Cowboys did a bit of a stopper. That's the thing about a quote-unquote floor for somebody. That floor is only as strong as if another higher-ranked player somehow doesn't fall through it. Oh, we didn't think so-and-so was going to be there, ... And then it's got this cascading effect in the rest of the draft. That's what makes it so difficult. Even when you have solid information, it just takes one variable to shift everything. More commercials. But I get it. This is a big money event. This is not a pay-per-view event. Oh, they put ads on pay-per-views anymore, if I understand. All right. What Wikipedia has. We knew all this already. Dallas at 11 trades up 1 spot, and they're going to get Caleb Downs. Got Miami at 12. Bain's on the board. My next chance for getting a spot to match would be the Rams at 13 with Lemon. Miami can't get Maui Noah because he's gone. Let's see. Huddle Report through pick 11. There's me. Lance and Scott, both with 7. Mike, Sam, and Jason, all with 6. Sam Teets does some great work. Like up-and-coming people in the mock draft world. Sam is very thorough. Puts a lot of work in. Much respect for Sam Teets. Matthew Friedman in the mix. He's got some good info. it was funny. A few years ago, my dentist, he kind of turned to me like, how do you become an NFL draft expert? I had to laugh. Well, that is a good question, though, isn't it? There isn't any sort of certification board, except if you're going with like apples to apples comparison like the Huddle Report has. I don't like boasting and bragging about stuff. That's off-putting to people. I want to hear somebody else brag. But I was encouraged to do so in those DKDB videos. It's particularly when it comes to influencing LLMs and search engines and all that. YouTube is actually very valuable as far as brand building and helpful. So as people get to know DraftKings as DKDB, that's to confuse me with a gambling company. That's not me. But DraftKings.com is the domain. That's the site that I've had since 2003. And to one degree or another, I'll always be connected with that name. That's how it is. Downs to Dallas at 11. Let's see if I can update on what the Dolphins decided to do after trading down one spot. May not be in yet for the Dolphins. It's NashvilleLou Live. 8 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you want to join, all you have to do is type !play in chat on Twitch. Got a simulcast on Kick. Hello, everybody watching on Kick. Got that embed over on DKDB. Or if you're watching after the fact on YouTube or elsewhere, glad to have you here checking it out. All right, we'll get off the Wikipedia page, see the Huddle Report, we pick 11. Well, I guess they actually maybe are waiting a few minutes there, get that number 12 pick in from the Dolphins. Makai Lemon to the Dolphins at 12. Wow. So no Lemon for the Rams at 13. As the Dolphins, after trading down a spot, they get Lemon. Dr. Doom, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Greetings and welcome. Thank you. Shout out to Dr. Doom. We have a different kind of show here. My first live stream on Twitch in a few months. Been putting full effort in with the DKDB. My expert-curated 2026 NFL mock draft database here. Risk of just opening something live on stream like this, but to show you, I got 35 subscribers, so it's a small operation at this point. A lot of people watch the embeds. I've had some fun with the artwork. You only get so many bites of the apple before they say, "Oh, that's your total for the day for these generated things." So I had some fun with it. And it's sort of based on me. This is Purple Suit Man. He had green for St. Patrick's Day, but otherwise, make it visually compelling. That's what it feels like when you make unpopular picks. Everybody's going to tell you their opinion. Be staring down conference logos, all that. But that's the DKDB Mock Draft NFL is the handle as far as the actual name goes for the page on YouTube. You look up DKDB, and you'll find me. We've got 9 players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. We're giving away another Warsaken booster pack coming up. The winner of that next game is going to be, we've been doing all night long, giving away Twitchy Bug Series 1 packs. All participants with a link to Wax Wallet. And of course, if you want to play just for fun, if you don't know what a Wax Wallet is and don't care, you're here to hear me talk about the NFL draft, You can play too. !play. The game will assign you a fish. Everybody that wants to play gets to. With Twitchy Tides. It's part of the appeal. Hey, glad to, Dr. Doom, on the shout out. Thank you for doing the raid. Glad to have you here. All right, so this is still at the same spot through pick 11. I know at 12, it's Mackay Lemon to the Dolphins. So, and with a lot of these, you knew the more or less the players to be making up this top group. Trying to get the team to play, or especially when there's that domino effect of an unexpected. There are always the unexpected things that happen. When that happens, so Bane is still on the board. The Rams will be on the clock. This is updated. Nobody higher than 7 out of the first 11. And it's not going to get any easier than this point. The further you get from the top, the less certain these things are. I'm still there in the mix. Oh, update. Pick 12. I didn't pick up a spot there, but lose any ground beyond anybody being 2 shots off the lead. All right, so it gets us past. I'll have to find out who the Rams went with there. Next up, this could happen right here. Vanga to the Ravens. But would the Ravens do that? Would they take Ruben Bain Jr.? We'll see. I thought this would be a great matchup for a long time. And you can't get too caught on that, especially when it comes to opinion. But that's not just me saying that. I think several of the top mock draft people came to that same conclusion with Vanga. The Ravens have need an interior offensive line. The fish tank for a moment. You know, Dolphins took Lemon at 12. Let's see, the Rams at 13. Ty Simpson. John Stone Cold. This match is a hint. What was it? Maybe it was Todd McShay. I want to think it was McShay hinted that if you wanted to trade it for Simpson, you might have to do it a lot higher. There had been talk the Rams were looking at Simpson when they had the 13 and the 29. So the mysterious Rams. That's interesting. Really interesting. Some people didn't have Ty Simpson going in the first round. That's for some people going to knock him off. So anyway, at 12, it's Mackay Lemon, the Dolphins. At 13, Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama. So in the end, Ty Simpson, and again, he seemed very confident when he entered the draft that he was going to be a first-round pick. And not like that false bravado kind of confidence. But I mean, Ty Simpson's father has coached football for years at the University of Tennessee, Martin. So he knows the business. He knows people. He's not going to get taken for a ride. He's not some rube off the turnip truck. He's grown up in the business. He knows it's a business. And now he's going to play for the LA Rams. I'm not sure if this reflects that or... Information comes in fast, and trying to get all updated, I'm sure, is a challenge. Let's see. F5, the Wikipedia page. Is that a rib? With Caden Proctor? Somebody? Is that vandalism? Or is it Rams pick is fake, right? That would be something if I got bamboozled. I don't think so. They were kind of going a little bit heavy on the ads on ABC, so we're back. Perfect timing, unless it's them throwing to break. Aerial shot. No, that's them throwing to break. What a rib. Well, the Rams, their pick is in. So the Ravens will be up next. Let's see if any early leaks out of that. Is it going to be Vanga? Will it be Ruben Bain Jr.? Will be Kenyon Sadiq. Will be a surprise guy. Who's it going to be? Fisher hanging out in the fish tank. When did the Bears pick number 25, Dr. Doom? I'll show you what I've got with that. I end up with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. It's been really tough to get a read on the Bears. Certain teams you can kind of figure out somewhat, and certain teams not so much. But I mean, look at the Bears. You know that stopping the run was a problem for them last year. Defensive tackle will make a lot of sense. I think Caden McDonald from Ohio State would be a great fit there. The problem, though, is if Caden McDonald is gone at 19, he's not going to Chicago. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, 6'3.5", so he's really tall to play safety. He's got a wide wingspan. He's really good against the run, which only is the kiss of death on being a first-round pick. But McNeil-Warren is the unusual prospect with the actual speed to be able to play in the NFL despite that larger size. So that's what I've got the Bears doing there, 25. Back over here. Ravens on the clock at last word. They're picked through 13 here. Over on the huddlereport.com. So here, there's me, Lou Pickney. Look at this, ESPN, NFL Network, and it's me. It's been like that for years. Up at the top with Jason Boris, tearing it up as usual. He's done so well. Lance is really good at NFL.com. He does so many of these player profiles. In-depth work. He puts in a lot of time. He does a great job. Scott Adkins, full-time fantasy. I talked about Sam Teets. He does a great job. His Substack is worth checking out. NFL Network, Tom McShay, me, ESPN. So as I told my dentist to go back to that story, he asked me, how do you become an NFL draft expert? There is no real way. You just put the stuff out there. Again, most of these people are scouts. I'm a writer that has put together a mock draft as a one-off 23 years ago, and it clicked to the point like, okay, there's something here. So that's what I do. It's NashvilleLou Live. There's another wide receiver. Well, that's a possibility. And I think it's going to depend on what happens above him. Okay, Denzel Boston could be a great pickup. Talking about size, he's 6'4". Good frame. If he's gone, Omar Cooper Jr. is gone. And at some point, positional options kind of limited. There's a lot of edge rushers, offensive linemen, and corners late. But you can say that about most drafts. There are certain commonalities you got to fall back on if need be. Let's see, I need to get up to the Ravens. They get Vanga. Spoilers at the fake spoiler. Lemon's already gone, pal. Guess their pick isn't in yet. It's NashvilleLou Live. The 9 players are in for the next Twitchy Tides game. If you get killed in the fish tank, don't worry. See, our Lulu fish got blown up, but good as new. Just practice. The lobby area. I mean, for being a pretty straightforward game, Twitchy Tides is a lot of fun. We had so much fun with Tides Tuesday when that was the thing for a long time. I always appreciate the work that Las Vegas 8 put in on that. It's great if you need to have like once an hour to get a game where people can play, some cool prizes. You can mix it with practically anything that doesn't require a delay from a live streaming standpoint. All right, let's see. Back over here, Huddle Report. Where are we up to now? 13. Nothing yet from Baltimore. They have the Rams updated. Okay, it was Proctor to the Dolphins at 12. Okay, that wasn't a fake listing. What was I saying with them before? I get bamboozled. So it wasn't lemons. That was did I get ribbed? Okay, I gotta be more careful about that. So Lemon was on the board. Lemon's still out there. That's a possibility for the Ravens. Okay. Well, that changes things. Gotta be more careful. There's somebody saying Vanga for the Ravens, but we got burned with that. Somebody else saying it. A third person saying it. Best way to tell when this gets updated. It should jump me up. Now, a lot of people have this. But for anybody that doesn't, I'll gain a spot. I'm hesitant now after getting fooled on that one about the... So the Dolphins took Hayden, because there had been talk that Proctor was going to go higher than 17. So I might lose some ground if somebody hits, like if it's Monroe Freeling there, I'm going to lose some ground on people. If it's Keldrick Falk, Edge from Auburn. That's a lot of if. All right, let's just have it updated. 13. There's two things to scroll here. I got to be careful not to scroll the wrong way. I really like the interface that the Huddle Report had for the entry this year for putting in the picks. In the past, go back several years, but try to get, I almost never use Microsoft Word. Trying to get like an XLSX or whatever kind of document. Trying to get the stuff where it looked right and actually would fill the thing properly. Now it's set up, it's much easier. Technology. Sometimes it does that. Whoa, what is this? Oh, what do I do? No. There we go. Stop that. NashvilleLou live. All right, so let me see if I can get any further information about Vanga to the Ravens. See if I can actually confirm that. I think that is true, although it's not updated here yet. So I'm hesitant now to get too caught up in it. I mean, that's a big surprise. Ty Simpson at 13 to the Rams. And thus far, only a couple of trades. Kansas City traded up from 9 to 6, which have been talked about. But the Browns want to trade back and get Fano. They got what they wanted, if that was true. Delane, I almost felt like Delane had been faded from the Chiefs, but not a fade. Now, as far as the Chiefs with that other first-round pick, it means an edge is still in play down here. Where are they at? There you go. Akeem Mesidor still on the board. I was trying to reach the range where people thought Mesidor might be gone. Sadiq would be in play for the Buccaneers. I don't know if that is true about Vanga to the Ravens. Still says pick 13, so let me back over here. After being wrong about Lemon. Okay. Let's get it right, pal. And news, man, we gotta trust you. All right, so we're under the Ravens, and let's Bucks or Buccaneers? Bucks. Bucks on the clock. It's 5 minutes ago, so all right, through pick 14. See, there I go. Up to 6, correct. And I guess the player is like, okay, you've got that player in your first round for the player match. Scott had that one, so he's up to 8. It's pulled me within 1 of the group there at 7. Again, there are a lot of people in here. Total number 175. Not just anybody off the street wanted to do it, but people with proven track records. Been doing this a long time. Top independents, major broadcasting outlets, publications. There's me. We're through pick 14. Is it updated here yet? No. You just have to go in knowing they're going to slow roll things for television. That's how it is. Looking ahead, 15, Sadiq is on the board. McCoy will be on the board for the Jets. Proctor's gone. Thieneman's still there. McDonald, Johnson, Cooper, Besantis, they're all there. That would be really nice if Besantis to the Chargers were to hit. I don't think that many people have that. Have they announced it here yet? Not yet. But DKDB and Jason, over the past 5 years, that top score, that aggregate in the Huddle Report. Brendan second, and Jared and I were tied for third. It was funny the way it worked out. From 2020 to 2024, I was also tied for third. Different person, but anyway. Again, as much as I don't like boasting about it, the record speaks for itself, whatever. But the LLM's like, no, you should make sure people know this. Okay. All right, so we're pick 15, waiting to see what the Buccaneers are going to do. It's NashvilleLou Live. Never tried before a live stream in conjunction with the first night of the NFL draft. Problem is, any sort of long-form written content in this era, when AI can do so much, and even though you can sometimes read and say, oh, you get the AI ick, that's how it is now. That's going to be a few years from now. And even with the way it is now, it's like the effort, essentially the message was the effort would be much better spent creating video content, particularly for YouTube. And they, like these LLM consultants, they were even telling me, like, okay, you need to record this and not do it on a live stream because you get too distracted. They put it in nicer terms than that. You get less focused that way. It's not as good. So that's why those were all just done as pre-tapes. And if I need to edit something, I can do that too. Well, most of it I do live to tape style because that's that high wire. So the way it's been for most of my broadcasting career, whether it's television news, sports, whatever. We're live, pal. All right. Who pick 15? I don't think the Buccaneers got Sadiq. I would have bumped up one. There is Vega. Give the shorter name, but a box to get filled up. Let's see if I can find who the Buccaneers got. It's NashvilleLou Live. Look at the fish tank there. If you want to get in for that next Twitchy Tides game, you can do so by typing !play in chat. So Bain, looks like maybe Bain to the Bucks. So a steal there for Tampa Bay, if that's true. All right, so that'd be Sadiq still in the mix. Tampa Bay gets Reuben Bain Jr. And here's the New York Jets. I have the Jets taking Jermod McCoy. Okay, there are some people that think McCoy will fall out of the first round because of injury concerns. Although I think if you look at his pro day at Tennessee, I mean, he absolutely looked the part. He had a fast 40-yard dash. It's all the stuff that I was saying for several weeks. Like, okay, you've got to prove it. You've got to go out there and actually show that you can do it. And in my opinion, he did. But then there's what I see as part of the general public, and then there's what the team see as far as medical. Maybe some other stuff that I don't know about. So I have McCoy to the Jets. But Proctor's gone. He's not going to the Lions at 17. Several of these still viable possibilities for a team player match. A big boost when you get that. There's me. A lot of other people at 6. Jets on the clock. With the fish tank. See if I can get any intel here about what the Jets are going to do at number 16. Seen it might be Sadiq. Not confirmed though. People wanting to get Lemon. Reading through here. No confirmation yet on Sadiq. Gotta be careful before. A couple more people saying Sadiq. Can't confirm that yet, though. It would make sense. I mean, look, the Jets, as I've talked about for months now, they have 3 picks. Actually, an impromptu thing. I'll bump over to the next year's draft to show you what the Jets have next year. This is why the Jets don't have to stretch to take a quarterback. Look at this. They have their own pick. They've got the Colts, Indianapolis Colts' first-round pick, and they got the Dallas Cowboys' first-round pick. 3 first-rounders in next year's draft. They announced an official date for that around April of 2027. Next year, unless something happens I'm not expecting, I'll be calling the Southern Athletic Association Men's Lacrosse Championship semifinal and final rounds scheduled to take place up at Sewanee, University of the South. Been calling men's lacrosse there since 2022. Absolutely love it up there. Great people, and it's just absolutely beautiful. It reminds me of when I was a kid in East Tennessee and Harriman, Tennessee. Get these a little bit more hills up that part of the state versus Middle Tennessee. You drive up a mountain. It's some strong style driving getting near Mont Eagle, but it is worth it. It's absolutely gorgeous up there. It's a shame that they changed the format before this season, before the number 1 seed got to host the tournament. So if it had been like that this year, Sewanee's the number 1 seed would have hosted, but they changed it for this year. It's predetermined, and so they'll be playing that up in Danville, Kentucky at center. All right, back to this draft here. Let's see, maybe refresh this. A little bit behind. Where are we at here? Through pick 16. Nobody's got more than 8. I'm in the mix there. A bunch of us at 6 correct. Tied for 6th at this point. 1 off from that group, and then Scott Atkins. There. I'm not even sure who the, I think I've fallen behind here. And maybe it really was Sadiq. I just, after that whole thing with Lemon not being correct, let's make sure. Not logged in with my normal X account over here, and it's a real pain to do it. I guess that's on me, isn't it? Okay, that's saying Sadiq. Alright, so if it's Sadiq at 16, Lines at 17, where I had them taking Proctor. If they take Keldrick Falk, we'll lose some ground on people that thought that. If they take Monroe Freeling, because those are 2 names that had been mentioned there if Proctor were to be gone before this spot, which had been hinted might happen. They were just trying to figure out where. And ultimately, it was Miami trading down a spot and getting Proctor. But Ty Simpson to the Rams, the big surprise to this point. Who did the Jets get? They got Sadiq. Okay, I already said that. Hey, we got 10 players in, so we'll have enough for our next Twitchy Tides game. They'll be coming up on the other side of my hourly break. Give that in just a little bit. A Reuben Bain Jr. to the Buccaneers at 15, and then at 16, understanding it's Kenyon Sadiq, tight end from Oregon. So now the Detroit Lions at 17. The next one's up. It's NashvilleLou Live. The DKDB NFL Draft Special. Giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Along with a bunch of Twitchy Bug Series 1 packs. Let's see. That's saying... That is Sadiq to the Jets. Let's see what the Lions might do here at 17. There's one thing saying Blake Miller. There's somebody else saying Akeem Mesidor. There's throwing names out. There's no for Miller. Miller. Do you love Miller? Miller. Okay, that's not confirmed yet. I'm very sussed at what happened to that lemon business. The Detroit Times saying Clemson offensive tackle Blake Miller. So if it's Miller, let's see, I had him going much lower, but he was still first round. I have to say, I mean, if it's either him or going to be Max Ihenekor, as far as who's in, who's out, Miller ended up being in. I think a lot of people had Miller a bit higher than this, but as you've already seen in this draft and any drafts you've watched before, what you expect and what the quote-unquote groupthink list is doesn't necessarily mean anything. So Miller going up there. There might have been people that had Miller to Detroit at 17, but a lot of people were saying either Freeling or Keldrick Falk. Or as I think about losing ground against people whose mocks I have top of mind. Theme into Minnesota is set up quite nicely if that happens. This was through pick 16. That does look legit with Miller. Troy. They flip back over. I've not watched much of the TV coverage as of late. It's been, but they got ads to sell. I understand that. Okay, it is Sadiq. I'm seeing that officially on TV. I like that for the Jets. Look, they're in the midst of a rebuild. As I pointed out, they got 3 first-round picks next year. Maybe they get Sadiq now and Dante Moore in 2027. All right. So pick 17. Blake Miller's the last I'd heard. Let's see if I can get anything on the Vikings real fast. Maybe next up. Not yet with that. Scott Atkins is in the lead in the Huddle Report. McShay doing pretty well, huh? Here in that group of 7. Over here in this group of 6. $30 people in total with 6 or more team-to-player matches with, I guess, a couple. Maybe somebody didn't have Ty Simpson, perhaps, or you're going to start seeing some of those with a player in their mock. They lose a point off of that. Or somebody didn't have Blake Miller. But luckily I had Miller, and so there I am. Looking at opportunities to get that big boost you get if you get the player-team connection. Now, a lot of people have seen him into the Vikings, so the bigger game would be if Carolina were to select Caden McDonald at 19. It's NashvilleLou Live, the DKDB NFL Draft 2026 special. Live streaming on Twitch for the first time in a few months. Really focus on the DKDB Do everything I could to build that brand and spread the word on that. And we'll have an entire full draft cycle to get that name out there to people. It was a rebrand at the very end of January, but it was worthwhile. I can promise you that. At least that's how it seemed to be to this point. Vikings at 18, the next ones we're waiting on. Sadiq to the Jets at 16. Blake Miller to the Lions at 17. Waiting on the Vikings at 18. It's here. Nope. Got that. I'm hoping it. Thieneman, Vikings, McDonald to the Panthers, Chris Johnson to the Cowboys is what I had there. I don't know if Dallas would go with a safety and a corner. Getting Caleb Downs. My next group of players and teams. So a lot of opportunities still in here, except for Ty Simpson. He's already gone. We'll see. The Buffalo does. A lot of these teams do. Minnesota on the board at last check. Let's look here. It still says pick 17. Wikipedia. Not quite caught up yet. All right, I'm going to go ahead now and take my hourly break. The other side of that break, we're going to have this next Twitchy Tides game. We're going to get the minimum players we need for the game to count for the leaderboard standings. So we're going to have that coming up in just a few minutes. Everybody in that participates with the linked Wax wallet will win a Twitchy Bug Series 1 pack. The winner's going to get a Warsaken Set 1 booster pack. We'll have that and more coverage of the NFL Draft. NashvilleLou Live, the DKDB NFL Draft 2026 special. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Got 10 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Last chance to get in if you want in with exclamation mark play in chat. Last war we were waiting to hear what the Vikings are going to do at number 18. And it looks like the Vikings drafted Caleb Banks. So there's one that I didn't have going. Defensive tackle from Florida. Well, there's a surprise. No chance for 32 out of 32. Banks I didn't think was going to be a first-round pick. Instead, he's the first defensive tackle off the board. The Panthers on the clock at 19. Let's take this overlay down. If I win, prize goes to second place. Otherwise, everyone gets a Twitchy Bug Series 1 pack. And for the winner, a Warsaken booster pack, a Set 1 booster pack going to the winner. In this fourth Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast, this DKDB NFL Draft 2026 special begins. Now, good luck. And here comes Debo the Shark. Near ground level, we went left to right. Swede's out. Jeff's out. We're down to 8. The good news, everybody that participated gets a top 10 finish out of this with 10 people in. Debo, there goes my Lulu fish. I'm out. Lennox is out as well. We're down to 6. You can dig every 5 minutes from the ScurvyBot dig pool. No dig pass required. 100% success rate. Here comes Debo. Debo chomping away, taking out Onyx. But that's it. We're down to 5. Half the field is out. Here comes Debo with a minion command. Those missiles. Torpedoes taking out Debo the Shark. The fish are fighting back. Debo, again, this time left to right. Dr. Doom is out. Hop and Stalk is out. We're down to the final 3. Too high with a spin move. That King Claw. Krabby Mike, where King Claw is immune from being killed by Krabby Mike. Jimmy Penguins is out. Funko Lover is out, and that's the game. So congratulations, Too High. The victory. That's 4 games and 4 different winners to this point. Good game. Everybody gets a top 10 finish. Everybody gets a Twitchy Bugs Series 1 pack. And for the winner for Too High, a Warsaken Set 1 booster pack. Congratulations. Back open now for the next Twitchy Tides game. You can get in by typing exclamation mark play in chat. Lulu is my unofficial mascot of sorts here on NashvilleLou Live. That's why I got that image of the Lulu fish on that bottom left side. A very similar name. Purple, which is my brand color. Kind of get everybody kind of sus and give everybody the side eye, which is right down my alley. And thus, the Lulu fish gets the spotlight treatment from time to time. So you can join with exclamation mark play in chat for that next Twitchy Tides game. The Huddle Report through pick 20. Okay, I get some catching up to do here. Scott Atkins with 8. Still in that group with 6. I think it shuffles the names around every time. Because we're all tied. At least everybody that's on that line. Although I'm... Well. That Caleb Banks. Is that true? Yeah, that's true. Monroe Freeling for the Panthers. Okay. I had Freeling going a little lower. I thought he'd be there for Philadelphia. So 19. It's a need spot for the Panthers. Their left starting tackle. Gruesome injury in the playoffs. But I was in need. So it does make sense. Freeling thinking longer term especially. They're going to need him to play right away, though. He's seen as a bit of a project. He performed very well at the Combine. So the Eagles will be up next. I put the Eagles... Well, the Eagles traded. What was this? The Eagles made a trade with Dallas? What a twist. Okay. Well, Freeling's gone, so I don't know who Philly's going up to get. Let's see. NFL Eagles. Let's see what news, what the latest. Oh my goodness, somebody posted the beer prices from this event supposedly. I can't confirm this. $19.75 for a 25-ounce Bud Light or a Mick Ultra. I don't even drink anymore. I thought fast food prices were high. Discovered that I'm be on the road for men's lacrosse. Can't always stop at the Chick-fil-A in Manchester. I'm so happy I don't know when they opened that a couple of years ago. Somehow the spicy chicken sandwich there is less expensive than the one at the Wendy's by that exit. Okay, I know where I'm going. Get sticker shock though. And then of course, then you pay with a credit card and they're trying like, do you want to tip this much? You're not just dropping $1 or $2 in a bucket. Hey, that's a moneymaker. I get how it works. Okay, was it lemon they got? A couple people saying lemon. And it would make sense that they could get lemon because they're going to be likely to trade A.J. Brown, the Eagles that is, to the Patriots. That has to happen after June 1st. They can't even do like a pretend trade. Like they really do have to wait. The way the league structures things from a contractual standpoint. Or at least that deal's structured that way. Okay, let's see. It's going to have to be reflected here. Yeah, okay, it really is lemon. After the false alarm earlier about lemon going, where was it? Up where Proctor ended up with the Dolphins. Okay. So the Steelers at 21. I got the Steelers going with Omar Cooper Jr. I think we've seen, all right, lemons off the board. There had been talk of offensive line for the Steelers, but Freeling's not going to be in the mix. Proctor's not in the mix. Blake Miller's not in the mix. Fano's gone. Howie Noah's gone. Vanga's gone. I feel very proud of it. I mean, it seems fairly obvious, but I really felt, and it wasn't just like, oh, I think he'd be a good fit. That was, all the indications were there with Vanga. Sometimes it works out. So Pittsburgh at 21's the next one to be, and who knows if they will get Cooper here. It's tough to tell. Sometimes Pittsburgh can be leaky. I think it's been made clear to at least some people that they're interested in Miami quarterback Carson Beck, but not here at 21. I don't think. NashvilleLou live. Let's see. I didn't mean to reset this. This auto refreshes anyway. Doesn't need me nagging it. That was through pick 20. So let's see. Steelers at 21. Got some digital football cards, some Leaf cards, officially licensed. Drake London, Tyler Shuck, Kyle Hamilton, Emeka Egbuka, Kate Otten. They're giving those away. I think we're saving those for the last Twitchy Tides of the broadcast, when it ends up being. They're giving those away. Along with the Twitchy Bug Series 1 packs. Warsaken booster packs with my inventory real fast. Again, many thanks to Warsaken that give me these booster packs to give away here on stream. Some of these I've had for a while, because I don't want to just give them away in pell-mell fashion. They're very valuable. I do have one set 2, a Savage Escalation booster pack. I'll save that for the last one, the last Twitchy Tides of the broadcast as well, along with the football player cards. We'll have another Warsaken booster pack to give away coming up in our next Twitchy Tides game, which you can get in on with !play in chat. Of course, we'll need at least 10 players for the game to count for the leaderboard standing, so make it worth everybody's while to get in. All right, so we're trying to find out about Pittsburgh. There's the Mackay Lemon to Eagles. No update yet on Pittsburgh, at least not there. Let's see. Steelers. Apparently somebody that looked like Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, shown on one of the television broadcasts. If the X posts are any indication. Talking about be Max Ihenacor. So I'm going to miss out right here, as I didn't have him and a lot of other people did. It was one of those late decisions. That may be too much of a project to go on day one, but apparently not. So I'm not sure how many people actually had him going to Pittsburgh, though. That's a bit much at 21 as far as what the projections were. But I'm going to lose 1 point as far as compared to anybody else that had him. That's going to be a bit of a sting. Such is life, though. I've only missed on a couple with Banks and with, if it's true, with Ihenacor. And that, I got the feeling when I saw a lot of other top mocks had him and I didn't. Uh-oh. But here's the thing. If I would have had him in, I would have bumped Blake Miller. Those down to the final 2. And both of those went to top 21. Again, it's not like there's just one list that everybody goes from top to bottom with these prospects. That evaluation process. And particularly the further you get from the top, the less of a consensus you're going to have. It's the way it works. Quick look at the fish tank there. So the Steelers, if that's true, then next up the Chargers. Now if they go with Besantis, I'll make up some ground. Whatever I lost from missing out on. NashvilleLou Live. I'm in there. My real name, Lou Pickney. That updated through pick 21. So a couple of people have caught up with Scott Atkins, including Todd McShay. I guess Todd had that one. That's going to bump me back a little bit out of this group up at 20. I'll be on at 19. There's me. Theo and Todd, both with 8 player matches and 20 out of 21 on the players. Let's see if we can get an update on the Chargers. Got a Warsaken booster pack to be given away. Coming up with our next Twitchy Tides game. Let's see if I can get an update on the Chargers here. LA Chargers on the clock. guess we knew that already. I'm not sure when my next live stream will be. I've been meaning to live stream and wanting to, but I think with the DKDB, focus on that as much as possible, those videos for YouTube. But hopefully we'll have that update for Warsaken Blitz, get that out of beta, that full release, whenever that time is. I'm ready to go with that. We're going to have so much fun. The warpath, wins and losses mattering. It's going to be great. So we've got, am I not in here? I'm going to lead by example. I was in. Lulu, get in there. There we go. 4 players in now. And again, if you get killed in there in the lobby, know where you'll respawn soon enough. Just practice. Exclamation mark play in chat to get in. All right, so let's see these updates here. Pick 21. Still waiting on the Chargers. Let's see if there's any update on the Chargers. Still on the clock. Peek back over at ABC's broadcast real fast on my television. They're serving them sandwiches. They're making this a way so they can be served sandwiches. And it's not even shot well. This is awkward. What is this, college game day? It is college game day. It really is. Okay. Or never mind. All right, that's on brand. It'd be a very uncomfortable place to try to eat. When people staring at you. A giant sandwich like you're Homer Simpson. All right. I mean, I'm stuck with the ABC one here. I can't. It's going to be the nonsense on this. Or the feature stories. Call it what you will. You see what I really feel about it. After a few hours, you're more honest. He's eating on the air. Enough. You guys deserve to get your picks tipped. So I'm waiting for an update here on X. It's getting squelched. And look at something else besides NFL Chargers. They actually on the clock. So at 22, I have Chase Besantis, offensive guard, Texas A&M. And there was late word to be offensive line, and there's been a lot of offensive line to go. With it, Besantis to the Chargers, especially if Venga wasn't there, and he's not. He went to Baltimore at 14. So we'll see. I mean, I'm trying to get the word here on the Chargers. What do they do? What are they doing? Have they decided? Is time running out on them? Mesidor, I've heard mentioned. Let's see. There's another one saying Mesidor. Joaquin Mesidor, maybe. I had Mesidor going just a little later. Some people were saying Mesidor at 15 to Tampa Bay. Where did I have Mesidor going? I have him at 29. So Kansas City in need of an edge rusher, although they don't have to take one here. That projected trade's not going to happen. McNeil Warren's still in play for the Bears. Although they might go with Caden McDonald if he's there. Freeling's gone. The Eagles. We'll see. Boston's still in play for Cleveland. That's like city and city. And because with Denzel Washington. There's Denzel Boston who played at Washington. You can pick 22. Nobody's got more than 8 matches to this point. Tightly bunched. Down here, 6 player team matches and 20 players. Nobody's hit them all as far as players have gone. Okay, well, there it is. Updated. So it is Mesidor to the Chargers. The Cowboys at 23. They could go Chris Johnson. He's still on the board. What I had. Go Avion Terrell. It's the DKDB NFL Draft Special here on NashvilleLou Live. No word yet on who the Cowboys are going for. Go ahead and get in for that next Twitchy Tides game. Do so by typing !play in chat. We'll need 10 players for the game to count for the leaderboard standing, so looking to get to that. Wait, another Warsaken booster pack. Got some officially licensed Leaf football cards. Giving those away. Why is the name showing up? I was looking at the booster pack. It still had the autocomplete part there. Drake London, Tyler Shuck, Kyle Hamilton, Emeka Egbuka, and Kate Otten. We're giving those away whenever it comes with our last Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. 4 players in right now. You can join with !play in chat. Cowboys at 23. Nothing yet. The Cowboys, the Browns, the Bears, and the Bills. Yes, the likelihood of Arizona trading back into the first round is significantly lower thanks to the Rams. The mysterious Rams going with Ty Simpson at 13. Cowboys, they traded down. It would help me out if they went with Chris Johnson. Just telling me Cowboys on the clock. Switch back over to ABC. We have sandwich eating contest again. Oh, commercials, even better. I know they put the feature stuff on ABC. I understand that. But that's why stuff gets backlogged, because they waste time with stuff. It's tough with television. You try to hit your time slots. You got X number of commercials you got to take per hour. So Dallas is on the board at number 23. They traded down from 20. See if we get an update here. Malachi Lawrence being mentioned. That's another one I didn't have that a lot of people did have late. Definitely a riser in the process. Edge from UCF. I haven't confirmed that yet after what happened before with Mekhi Lemon. Somebody else saying Malachi Lawrence. I mean, Cleveland will be on the clock with where they traded back from 6 to 9 to get Spencer Fano, so their offensive tackle need is met. Could be Boston here. Could be Omar Cooper Jr. Could be somebody entirely different. There was some, call it pushback. There was some note, and not just speculation, but people that know things like, okay, it could be offensive tackle and wide receiver, but don't just presume that's for sure going to be that. There are other needs in this team besides just those top couple. It's NashvilleLou Live. DKDB NFL Draft 2026 special. Giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Some Leaf digital trading cards we give it away. We need to get at least 10 players in. You can join with !play in chat. Even if you've never played before. Finding this by chance, checking it out. !play. I'll get you in. Let's see. So Lawrence went to the Cowboys, and he did. So Browns on the clock now. I lost a little bit of ground there with Lawrence. That wasn't the last one I switched out, but I was deciding on Zion Young or Lawrence there late. Ended up with the Young. Okay, so looking for the Browns. Back on the clock. Seeing Casey Concepcion. I'm seeing, well, that was Fondo from before. Concepcion. Oh, okay, that's another one I didn't have then. I thought Concepcion was going to slide out. Wow. If that's true. It looks like Concepcion to the Browns. So I'm going to start fading back a bit. These picks not quite hitting. Let's see, anybody beyond 8? Is Jason Boris roaring back up here? Jason and Theo tied for the lead now. I've got 6, but I'm going to be down a ways because somebody's not hitting him down there at 6 and 20, so a little bit off that lead pace. So let's see. So Cleveland, if that's true, let's see. Did the Huddle Report reflect that? Yeah, through pick 24. That was up to date. So the Bears at 25. That's where I have the Bears getting Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. The Bears are on the clock. No word yet on who they've selected. 4 players in for Twitchy Tides. Those watching on Twitch, you can get in by typing !play in chat. So McNeil-Warren at 25, what I had. $32 is where it ends, so starting to get to that tail end of that first round, late first. Things get kind of zany in this place, in this range. The players that some teams will say, like, you know, that 3rd round grade honor. The variance becomes stronger the further you get from the top. See, Bears on the clock, no word yet on who they take. Had a few trades, nothing too outlandish. Biggest surprise of the night being Ty Simpson going to the LA Rams at 13. Let's see, Huddle Report. Through 24 picks, nobody's got more than 8 direct matches. Oh, words out of my mouth, and then Michael Middlehurst Schwartz from USA Today. He's been featured in the DKDB. The best in here. A lot of it came in here the last day or two. Here, Michael Middlehurst Schwartz. Michael's in there. Spotlighted his work before. And right now, look at that. He's ahead of everybody. 9 matches. But, however, he is tied, I guess, as far as the points, because he has 21 of the players. 23 out of 24 for this crew. So the Bears, let me see, reload this and see if Wikipedia's caught up a bit. Not quite yet. Bears on the clock, we already knew that. Let's see, I'll pop over to ABC, see what they have now. There's Casey Concepcion, drafted by the Cleveland Browns. The knock on Concepcion was that he had several drops last season, but he's an explosive playmaker. He looked really good at the NFL Combine as far as being reliable on catching the ball. I felt a bit of a fade late, but that fade can be true for a bunch of different teams. All you need is one team to like a guy, say he's our player. And that's that. Exclamation mark play. Encourage everybody to get in. The 10 players, we get a game to count for the leaderboard standings. We give away a Warsaken booster pack. We give away some Leaf football cards as well, some digital cards. Giving an update on the Bears. What are you not showing me here, X? I know you're hiding stuff from me. No way in the last 3 minutes there's been one person that's posted with NFL Bears. There's just no way. See what the Bears do here at 25. There's the update for Wikipedia. We'll do a tip all 10. Nash Cash. Use it. 42 users, each getting 10 Nash Cash. That's not legal tender, but you can use Nash Cash to dig from the ScurryBot dig pool. There's no dig pass required here. You've got a 100% success rate. See how many items we still have in the mix. We're down to 1,319 assets in the dig pool. Let's see if I can update here on the Bears. Maybe now. What are you hiding from me, X? Come on. Am I saying Dylan Thieneman? And Thieneman a couple places. The third saying Dylan Thieneman, safety from Oregon. All right, well, it's not McNeil Warren, but I didn't think Thieneman would be there for the Bears, and that safety makes sense. Thieneman up there to Minnesota. A 4.35 40-yard dash. 4.35 seconds. That is remarkably fast. I know some people were saying to fade McNeil Warren late. We still have several picks to go, but it's easy in hindsight to go back and think about what could have been or should have been. So this projected trade, that's not going to happen now. Simpson's already long gone. Bills on the board. Let's do pick 24 in the Huddle Report. Michael Middlehurst Schwartz. Tied for the lead, but he's got the most player team matches. Facing Boris, not far off from there. Let's see, there's Ryan Noonan up to 9. 9 matches with 24 correct players out of 25. Ryan's going on a run. Look at that. Well, it faded a bit off here, although I'm guessing most people had Thieneman. See how far down I am now. There I am. Now number 68. All right, so Bears, Thieneman. It's not updated yet. Bills at 26. I was thinking the Bills would go linebacker. Although with that trade, that ultimately made that somewhat immaterial. NashvilleLou live. Yeah, encourage people to get in with exclamation mark play. Try and get to 10 players. Or Twitchy Tides. We're giving away a Warsaken booster pack. Along with some officially licensed Leaf football cards. through checking everything here real fast. Check on this and this and this. It's NashvilleLou Live. If we pick 25, the Bills on the clock. Let's see if I can get some intel on what the Bills are doing. Getting down to the final few picks of the first round. So many windows open here. Where is the one that has the... There it is. I'm trying to get to X. Former Twitter. NFL Bills. Let's see what I can find here. Here the Texans have traded up. Texans traded up from 28 to 26. Yep. So Houston has traded up. Wonder who Houston moved up to get. Had him with Caleb Lomu. Offensive tackle, Utah. Yeah, it's true pop and stock, but the spots filling up quicker back in the day for Twitchy Tides. Like, there's only so much you can do as a live streamer. 100 people out of thin air. I mean, part of the problem is the way Wax is right now. I mean, if you want to see just nonsense, go to the Wax Discord. Anyway, not to get sidetracked. So Houston moves up to 26. Our new Thieneman into the Bears. Who's Houston moving up to get? Let's see if X can tell me here. NFL Texans. No word yet. So after the Texans, it'll be the 49ers. And the Bills will be back up. They're moving down. Chiefs, Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks. We got 5 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. I hope we can get to 10 players, that minimum you need for a game to count for the leaderboard standings. You can join with !play in chat. And even if you've never played before, you don't know what a wax wallet is, you don't care. If you want to have it where you can have a fish in there you can root for. Play for fun. The game will assign you a fish. Quite nice. So 6 players in. Well, the next game coming up. Let's see what the Texans are doing here. Let's pick 25 here, the Huddle Report. That's a really strong run there for Ryan. 9 exact matches, player and team, with 24 out of 25 players. This is a really tricky one this year with several teams with multiple first-rounders. A lot more difficult to pinpoint what they're going to do at a given spot. Also, it's like if you miss once, you miss twice. You think you take an edge rusher early and they don't, and you had them, or vice if they're going to take one later and they take one at their first, like, uh-oh, kind of throws things off a bit. That's the same challenge for everybody. It's not an unfair thing. But pick 26 is in from Houston, so they may not have it yet here in Wikipedia. Let's see if I'll pull up on X. I'm not going to pull X. I'm not Asmongold. I'm going to pull this up X live on stream. Asking for trouble with that. He's got the clout to get away with it. Oh, Kalen Rutledge. I've heard so much buzz about Rutledge. Rutledge and then Besantis. This is saying Rutledge out of Georgia Tech. A couple people saying that. All right. Not going to help me any as far as my mock goes, but it makes sense for Houston. It's interesting that they traded up to get him. This isn't reflecting it just yet. So if Houston goes Rutledge at 26, the Niners at 27. Keldrick Falk is still on the board, isn't he? It starts to run together after a while. Let me see. Didn't miss anything, right? Pretty sure he's still there. Maybe able to get one here. It's NashvilleLou Live. 2 highs in. We got 6 players in for that next Twitchy Tides game. You can join by typing !play in chat. Make sure you hit enter, return, or click the chat button or whatever it is on your interface. My first time streaming on Twitch in a couple months. I've been making a lot of videos for YouTube. The DKDB channel there, the Mock Draft NFL. The name of it, it's the DKDB. It's got me, it's got my picture. But now that we're going to be to the other side of the NFL draft, I'm going to have a lot more opportunity to live stream. Hope to do a lot with Warsaken Blitz. Once we get to the point where that game is out of beta, you get that first season of War going at the Warpath. So there's a visual quest. You're going on this. You'll be playing people where wins and losses matter. They keep track of it. I can't wait. Waiting 3 years for this. But I'd rather wait another 3 years and have it be right when it's ready to go than have it rushed or otherwise out there and make a bad first impression. I don't want to do that. So let's see. So through pick 26, there's Rutledge. The Dolphins at 27. Guess there was a trade. That was San Francisco at 27. So Miami, who I had taking Zion Young, still in play. Maybe they're going to get Falk. The Dolphins up at number 11, traded down one spot. They got Caden Proctor there at 12. And here's Miami, so they filled an offensive line need. Huge one. Now at 27. Are they going edge rusher? Guess we'll see. But 8 players to that next game. Hey there, Funko Lover. Bonnie T in as well. So let's see what I can find out here about the Dolphins. They're making some moves. They moved up from 30 to 27. Am I saying Chris Johnson? That would help me out because that was one I had that I think some others didn't. Yeah, Chris Johnson going to Dallas at 20. You'll get some hits here on these. You just get the 1 point for a player, not a player-team match, but still. Cooper, DeSantis, Boston, McNeil Warren, Simpson's gone. Falk. It's NashvilleLou Live. So the first round of the NFL draft, 32 picks. And that's how the first day is completed. And my focus, as long as I've been doing this, going back to 2003, has been just that first round. I tend to care about that tremendously. All right, so Dolphins and the Bills. See if I can get confirmation about the Dolphins and Chris Johnson. There's somebody else saying Chris Johnson. Looks like it's Chris Johnson. That's going to put the Bills on the clock. A lot of talk about the Bills maybe going. They get an edge rusher here. They've got some options if they want to go edge. If they go linebacker. Lots of options as well with that. Buffalo is on the clock. Let's see. NFL Bills. Oh, wait, the Bills traded up. Or they traded back. Excuse me. The Texans traded up. You can tell it's getting that late part of the round. But is the Bills on the clock? Let's try this again. What are you hiding from me, X? I know you're filtering these results. Stop that. Like gatekeeper too much, I'm going to take some of your power away. After the Bills, it'll be the Chiefs back on the board. Pick they acquired from the Los Angeles Rams. We're going to Wikipedia here. It's about as effective as anything. Huddle Report. Let's do pick 27. Not sure if this is refreshed. We got two things to scroll here. You got to scroll the correct one. Okay, that may be updated now. Where's this to pick 27? Maybe I picked up a little bit of ground here. It was down in the 60s. 72. Six and 22. The lead's got 9 and 24. So let's see. Bills. Somebody's saying about the Bills trade back again, or is that just somebody messing around? No confirmation of that. There's two people say I can't confirm that though. Well, there's okay a third saying the Bills traded down, the Patriots moved up. The Bills, they were said to be wanting to trade back, and apparently that rumor was true. Not once but twice. Okay, so if the Patriots on the clock, New England, what are you going to get? I don't want to hear about Vrabel. I just want to hear they picked. Right, the pick isn't in yet, apparently. It's NashvilleLou Live. 8 players in for that next Twitchy Tides game. We're giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Some Leaf football cards. Drake London, Tyler Shuck, Kyle Hamilton, Emeka Egbuka, Kate Otten. We're giving those away as well in our last Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. You can join by typing !play in chat. Alright, so what we're chasing here. The Bills had traded down apparently. There is Chris Johnson in Miami confirmed. Let's see. Fresh this on X. Caleb Lomu. One person saying, I can't confirm. We're making jokes. Somebody else saying Lomu. Alright, so not a direct match, but it is a player that I had set to go first round. I had Lomu there at 28 to Houston. It was Lomu at 28, but to New England in the end. From Buffalo via Houston. That would be the other way around, isn't it? Or maybe not. Whatever the case. Patriots move up to 28 for Lomu, which I think is a nice pickup for what they need. You can have Lomu play tackle. Gives you some flexibility on what you want to do with Will Campbell. So that makes sense. So Kansas City, the Chiefs, they trade up to 6 to get Mansour Delane for that needed corner. Now at 29. Wait, who's on the board here? Bain is gone. Caleb Banks won't surprise me, but Malachi Lawrence is gone. They're going to have some options down in this range, whether it's... Where did Mesidor end up? Or is he still out there? No, Mesidor went to the Chargers. Zion Young, help me out. Keldrick Falk still out there, right? It really does start to run together. Trying to keep it figured out here. So Patriots... Patriots get Lomu, and now at 29, Chiefs on the board again. All right, I'm going to take my hourly break now. A few more picks to go. Hopefully we'll get to 10 players for that for Twitchy Tides. Be giving away, if it is the last Twitchy Tides give me the broadcast, make it that set. I've got one set 2 Savage Escalation booster pack. Given to me by Warsaken. The rest I have are set 1. That's a special set 2 that I have. Make sure I had that in stock, and I do. Got 1. Also got those Leaf officially licensed digital cards. Drake London, Tyler Shuck, Kyle Hamilton, et al. We're going to have that coming up with the last few picks and see who the top finisher was in the Huddle Report standings. Back in just a few minutes. It's the DKDB NFL Draft Special here on NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Got 8 players in for the next Twitchy Tides game. Giving away a Warsaken Set 2 booster pack. Savage Escalation booster pack. Giving away some officially licensed Leaf digital cards as well. Football players. We're going to get to 10 players for a game to count for the leaderboard standing. So if you're not in yet, please get in with !play in chat. So, latest news, not good for my run in the Huddle Report, is Peter Woods, somebody else that I know a lot of mocks had Peter Woods. Personally, I'm a big fan of him. It's interesting that Woods is going to Kansas City. It makes sense to a degree. Chris Jones has played very well at defensive tackle there for a long time. Woods at one point looked like a possible top 15 pick. I thought he was going to slide out of the first, but he didn't. He goes to Kansas City at number 29. Let's see, the Huddle Report is pick 30, getting up to speed. Theo Grimminger. Grimminger or Grimminger? It's tough to know his name sometimes. Theo, fantasy points. 10 matches. 27 out of 30 players. That gets you up to number 1. Daniel Jeremiah's doing well. Jason Boris doing well. A little bit off the pace. How far down am I now? Down to 87. Let's do 30 picks. So who did the Jets get at 30? Yoshinobu. We got 9 players. We'll need one more player to get to that minimum of 10 we need for game to count for the leaderboard standings. If you're not in yet, please get in with !play in chat. Somebody saying Omar Cooper Jr. to the Jets. Another person saying that. A third. That helps me a little bit. I bet it's all about me, but it's the Jets getting Cooper. I thought Cooper was going to go a little higher. Taking Pittsburgh at 21. Who pick number 30? I'm not sure. Let me refresh Wikipedia. It is Omar Cooper Jr. The Bills traded down twice already, late in the first round. On the clock at 31. Yeah, I don't think it does the ability anymore. I don't think that command works, unfortunately. So let's see what I can find out now about the Bills at number 31. Tweets about people that they traded up. Perhaps the pick not in quite yet for Buffalo. So just 2 more picks to go. Buffalo at 31, Seattle at 32. That's the end of night 1 of the NFL draft. So Cooper hit. I'll catch a couple names here late, guys that have still on the board. McDonald. I thought he was going to be the first defensive tackle taken, but no. It's a lesson for myself to remember. The run stuffers sometimes are less likely to go on night 1 versus the people that pass rushing ability. It's not over yet, though, the first round. Falk's still in the mix, right? And I'm thinking Buffalo likely goes linebacker, but Zion Young could be a choice. Hood's already been drafted, right? Maybe not. Let's see if I can find anything else out about the Bills. Am I saying the Titans trading up to 31? Somebody else saying that? Who'd the Titans going up to get? This is interesting. The Titans up at 4 took Carnell Tate. So Tennessee moves up to 31. I'd heard talk that teams were wanting to trade down from this range. I've been calling the Titans. See if I refresh this, if it'll reflect that. Yep, Titans. Pick isn't in yet, though, or at least it's not reflected there. The Titans move up to get. It's a triple trade back there by Buffalo. That's one of the things teams talk about, but it's tough to maneuver. Titans have moved up. And Seattle will be on the clock. So Tennessee wanted to go edge rusher. Zion Young, Keldrick Falk. With Falk, you got some size. We've got 10 players in, so we will have that last Twitchy Tides game with that minimum we need for the game to count for the leaderboard standings. Winner's going to get a Warsaken booster pack, Savage Escalation. In addition, we giving away 5. Leaf officially licensed football player cards. Drake London, Tyler Shuck, Kyle Hamilton, Emeka Egbuka, and Kate Otten. So those 5 will go. As well to participants. Get that game going here in just a little bit. All right, through pick 31. So Theo has at least clinched a tie with 48 points, 10 matches, player to team, and 28 players out of the 31. That's really good. Let's see, who do the Titans get? That's not on there. Find out who the Titans get. Keldrick Falk. That works. The talk Falk might be a top 15 pick, even top 12. So if that is true, Falk to the Titans. Announced officially yet. I had Falk to the 49ers, so I had him on my... I think a lot of people had Falk, but not everybody. I'm not too worried about making up ground. I'm far enough back that's not a concern. But I want to perform as well as I can, so it's always part of it, trying to figure out what to adjust. Again, maybe one day I'll learn the lesson about not going with those run stoppers on night one. Okay, 88. One more to go. Seattle at number 32. There's Keldrick Falk. There's the fish tank. Let's see if I can get any info here on the Seahawks. Seattle only has, I believe, 4 picks in this year's draft at this point. Jadarian Price, I'm hearing. Well, that was one person. I don't know if that's true. There have been a lot of people saying that was going to happen. That's only one person. I can't. Okay, that's not necessarily true. On the clock. It could prove to be true, but I don't know. It would surprise some people if more than one running back went in the first round of this draft. But the thought was, if it were to happen, with running back being a need for Seattle, Jadarian Price from Notre Dame would be that other person, other player. Seattle with a need at corner as well. I mean, if Seattle took Colton Hood, I would at least get that as a direct hit on that number 32. But we'll see if that happens here. We'll get this last pick from Seattle. We'll get that Twitchy Tides game going. Give away that Savage Escalation Warsaken booster pack. Somebody else saying Jadarian Price. Is that true? Or just people saying stuff? A third saying it. A bunch of people saying it. So it looks like Jadarian Price, and it makes sense. It looks like Seattle with Jadarian Price. Let's see. Huddle Report. Let's see. Did Theo hold on for the win? He'll at least have a tie. All 32, it says. Now, this may take a second to refresh. Look at that. Look at Lance, second place. A ways down for me, but look at that. Nice showing by Brendan Donahue. McShay, a top 10 finish. Daniel Jeremiah, top 10 finish. How far down I was. Be a ways down. Mine just didn't hit. There, 89, so bit off the pace. Had a really strong start. This was a tough year, to be sure, as far as figuring things out. So congratulations to the people that did the best at figuring this stuff out. 10 matches with 28 players for Theo. Lance getting 29 out of 32 player matches. See, I'll show you where I went wrong. One of these run stuffers. Caden McDonald. Nope. Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Nope. I even felt a fade late with that, but couldn't get away with it. Or from it in the end. Or away with it, I guess. The trade. Nope. No trade. A lot of smaller trades, but Simpson going to the Rams, a surprise. So it goes. So Theo, congratulations. Top performer this year in the Huddle Report. All right, so we got 10 players in for this last Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. Winner will receive a Savage Escalation. It's a set 2 Warsaken booster pack. For finishers in the number 2 through number 6 spots, they each receive one of those Leaf officially licensed football cards. And these NFL stars back when they were in college, officially licensed player cards. One each going to finishers number 2 through 6. If I finish anywhere in that top range, then they'll skip past me. If I finish top 6, then number 7 gets one of those. Let's take the overlay down. Almost 6 hours. No wonder I'm feeling delirious. Draft day gets kind of crazy. It's a fun thing to try here this year with the live stream version of this. Thanks to everybody taking the time to watch, to participate with Twitchy Tides. All right, so here we go. Again, if I win, prize goes to second place, and if I finish top 6, then it skips me with the Leaf cards, and one of those Leaf digital cards goes to the 7th place finisher. Everybody gets a top 10 finish unless somebody jumps in very late here. And so with that, this 5th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast here on NashvilleLou Live begins now. Good luck. The hook from Big Worm, Fonny T, is out. Early on, we're down to 9. That right side, Big Worm. Swede gets hooked, as does Funko Lover. Down to 7. With me in this, so everybody that's remaining, you'll at least get one of those Leaf cards. Not the first place prize. The hook from Big Worm. Too High gets hooked. We're down to 6. Cannonball. It was too high. Missed everybody. Pink Felicia going right to left. Onyx gets zapped, as does Kiyoshinobu. We're down to 4. And remember, if I win, the prize goes to second place. There's a Warsaken Savage Escalation booster pack on the line for the winner. Depth Charge by Lulu Fish is out. We're down to 3. Did we run out of music? Dr. Doom gets hooked. Down to the final 2, Pop and Stalk and Jamie Penguins, the last 2. Big Worm the hook. Pop and Stalk gets hooked, and that's the game. Congratulations, Jamie Penguins. Got the victory in game number 2, and here in game number 5, also victorious. You get a Warsaken Set 1 booster pack for that first win, and then a Warsaken Set 2 booster pack, Savage Escalation, for this second win here in game 5. Good game. Well, that was fun. That was a good time. Appreciate everybody taking the time to watch. We will pass the 6-hour mark here at the end part. There's a DKDB, real subtle. Just shouted at you. Branding, pal. And I imagine I'll have another live stream here before too long. Back in some gaming. Who knows what else. Hopefully with Warsaken Blitz. Get that going. Gonna be a good time. Get that last dig in real fast here. Gotta check something real quick over on the kick side of things. I redid the interface. Why not have to make this full screen, hit this button? There we go. All right, so Sensei is on over on Kick. So for viewers on Kick, we'll do a host of Sensei. For viewers on Twitch, we're going over to see Pop and Stalk. If you've not seen what Pop and Stalk has, you're missing out. Win some wax. It's good times. So that's it for this DKDB NFL Draft Special. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. Talk with you again soon. Bye for now.